Okay, welcome everybody to day 2 of CakeFest 2025. We are here live in Madrid, but if you are watching at home, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's really early in a lot of parts of the world, so thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. I want to start out by thanking the community and our core developers because it is the 20th anniversary of CakePHP, 20 years of baking. Also to our sponsors, of course, Cake DC, you've met the team here. We kind of organize this event every year. Passbolt, who has been with us a few years as well. We could not do all of that we do without them. SwiftCode's API, Mark's Software, and Kudip, thank you guys so much for making all of this possible. And I know every year everybody looks forward to hearing from Larry himself. So each year I make him get up and talk, and I know it's not his favorite thing, but with it being 20 years, he's really excited, and we want to thank you all for coming. But everybody, please welcome Larry Masters. Okay, no applause. Don't applause.
No, I just want to thank everyone for coming. This means a lot to me. 20 years of a project, and to have seen how, as a community, we've grown. Mark's story has contributed so much to this project in the 17 years that he's been here. So, the other Mark, so they've already threatened to rename CakePHP to Mark PHP, but the other Mark back here, he's 14 years, believe he's been with the project, so that's Giro Mark on the IRC channels, oh my gosh, the Slack channel, and I'm trying to think, I don't see anybody else here that has been, but yeah, there's a lot of people that, you know, I'd like to thank that have been with the project for the number of years. AdMad, if you're watching, you know, thanks for being around. Who? Oh, Corey's awake? Oh, hi, Corey. Oh, Corey's up? Oh, hey, Corey.
I think he's in Florida, so it's really early in Florida.
What is it, 3 in the morning? Okay. But again, I want to thank everybody. I don't talk a lot in front of the cameras. If you want to talk to me after the event, I'm more than happy to talk to you one-on-one, or if you get a group of us together, we can talk. But this means a lot having everyone here, though, for 20 years of CakePHP. And, you know, if we keep it going another 20 years, I don't know. I'm going to be retired, hopefully, by then. But Mark's still young. He can go. He's got at least another 13 years to catch up to me on the age, so other than that, again, thanks everybody, and I'll turn it back over to Amanda.
That may have been the longest speech we've got from Larry at a CakeFest, so I'm really excited about that. Don't forget, if you are posting, please use hashtag CakeFest because I want to see all of your thoughts and your pictures and your videos. And you still have time because we have about 6 hours or so before our cake ceremony. We have our 20th anniversary cake today. I'm excited about that, but we want you to be able to celebrate at home with us as well. So just have your cupcake or your cake and be posting pictures of that as well. You can post your questions in real time on the YouTube live stream. You can also post them in the CakeFest channel, or the CakeFest chat and our CakePHP channel on Slack. So we are going to get started today. Coming up first, I know we've met a few times. He's been to CakeFest, but I'm really excited to have him this year as a speaker. So everybody, please welcome Kevin DeCapite.
Did that come on? I did test it. I don't know, let me just do that. Oh, the TV one on standby?
Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, now it's up, it's up. Let's try another port.
Okay.
Or if not, it's on.
That's so weird because.
Let's try with the HDMI. I see you have.
Okay.
both.
Yeah. Oh, what's stream kit?
We will try with the HDMI.
It should automatically. Did you try this?
I did, yeah. It worked great. But now the Mac's not seeing it. No signal still.
No, this is normal for HDMI because we need to set it.
Oh.
But let's try with the USB-C last time. If not, we can switch. No.
Come on. Huh? Is it gonna go? Yeah, go for it.
This was just working.
I know, it really was too. I'm not sure where else it would be. I did see if you scroll down here. Oh no, that plus button. What's StreamKit HD?
Oh, that's an extra. Is there a code on here?
Huh?
Yeah.
No. Is HDMI 1 or 2?
For the.
I don't know what that. Well, no, it was working earlier with it.
No, it's 1. It's 1.
Let me know when we're good. So, as you can see, I'm asking a question. How do you solve a problem? I had this physics teacher back in high school who liked to say there are two ways of solving a problem. You can bulldog it or you can finesse it. Now, to solve a problem like a bulldog means that you just take it head on with like ferocity and determination, and you grab the problem by its jaws and you just wrestle it until you actually solve it. However, it can be a bit on the messy side. That said, a bulldog still gets it done. I'll just do a scroll. So, but leaving a little bit of a mess in its wake. Now, there's another way to solve a problem, which is to finesse it. And what that means to be a finesser is that you use your intelligence. You think ahead, you plan, you strategize. Finessers are kind of like these James Bond characters, I like to say. You know, they're kind of sleek, sophisticated, and devilishly good looking. They still get it done, and they still have determination, but it's a heck of a lot cleaner. Well, let me introduce myself. My name's Kevin DeCapity, and I'm a bulldog. Really, I'm kind of a weird guy. I'm kind of a jack-of-all-trades type. I do some programming, but I'm not a hardcore developer like a lot of you guys here. I do graphic design work. I used to play music, and I loved doing a lot of that back in the day. I am even kind of a philosopher type, sort of an armchair philosopher, I like to say. I like to ask life's biggest questions. I actually think that there's meaning in the world and that we have a purpose to fulfill. And so I spend a lot of my time contemplating this. Now, today I run a SaaS business called Luna, and I'll be showing that to you guys. It currently serves over 3,300 customers. It's a B2C business. And what it does is it's seeking to modernize astrology software. So let me show you here what the current state of astrology software is. This is a program that when I got into astrology back in 2011 was the only one available. It's about $400. It runs just on Windows, as you can see. And it's pretty clunky. It's a powerhouse of a system, but nevertheless, it's anything but modern. So Luna became a dream for me. And here's a screenshot of Luna showing you in both light and dark modes, which, believe it or not, I actually have some customers who sign up just because of the dark mode, which is hilarious. But it's targeted towards people who are younger people who are getting into astrology. They're studying it for the first time, and they can't afford $400 on software. So obviously, as you guys all know, having something be a progressive web app is extremely powerful. I've got customers who are using Chromebooks and every other platform that you can think of. However, there's a big problem because, as I was saying, I'm this bulldog, scrappy little bulldog, and to make astrology software is actually kind of complicated. I mean, this essentially uses all of the planetary data from NASA. And what you have to do is pull down all their data from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and integrate your own calculus to determine planetary positions and other factors. Well, that was always going to be out of my reach. Now, there is an API for this. It's something called the Swiss Ephemeris, and it's been around for like 30 years. It's like the only API that does this for you, for astrologers, I should say, or for astrological software developers is really what I mean. But it's a C library that, again, is kind of above my pay grade in terms of being able to understand. So anytime I looked at the docs, it was just not going to happen. So let me go back and tell you how it happened exactly. Anyone here old enough to remember the 90s? A few of us. Well, I loved it. I was all about grunge music, and like I said, I used to play in bands and had the corduroys and flannel shirts and all that. But something else more important happened in the 90s, which is the advent of the World Wide Web, as we all know. So I got into computers at a somewhat young age, and I ended up working at my local church doing computer work for the office. And one day the associate minister came to me and she said, Kevin, a church member made a website for the church, but he can't maintain it. You're going to have to do it. And at that point, my programming skills were basic at best. I'd have very little programming experience. Had no idea what FTP was, what HTML was. So I went into a bit of a panic mode. How am I going to do this? I'm the only guy around who can maybe do it, but other than surfing the web, I didn't know much. However, getting into the actual studying of HTML, that night, cracking the book open and seeing how you could take code and just instantly see the result of it on your screen. I know this is very rudimentary for us now these days. We take HTML for granted, but if you can go back to that for those first moments when you learn how to do that, to me, there was something magical about it. I was like, how can, I can merge creativity and technical work all at once. Well, being an eager little bulldog like I was, when I got out of high school and all that, and I ended up getting married at a very young age, which is generally not wise, but nevertheless, I needed a real job. So I went ahead and figured, well, I know HTML and FTP. I should be able to get a job as a web guy somewhere. So my local cable company was hiring a webmaster position, and I went for that, and I was extremely nervous on that interview, but I had a boss who took a chance on me, probably because I had taken it upon myself to learn some CSS, and she was very proud of that. So, but that job was really great. That's where I learned. I had a coworker, he taught me VI, he taught me MySQL, he taught me Apache, he taught me Linux system administration. Obviously, he taught me PHP. Well, maybe that's not obvious, but he taught me PHP. Server-side includes, if you guys remember those, I was doing some server-side include stuff for a while. And my boss was awesome. She really encouraged my creativity and philosophical side. I remember she explained how the internet worked to me one day. This is the late 90s. And she drew a cloud on this whiteboard and said, the internet is like a cloud, and all these devices connect to it. And it's sort of this amorphous, ambiguous thing, and it's this giant network and blah, blah, blah. And now we use that word cloud all the time, but I kind of feel like she invented it. Well, I wanted to go a little bit more into my creative side at this point. So I found this job at a local web agency. Now, I made a comment earlier about getting married at a young age. I was hitting the rocks at this point. That marriage was ending, and I was doing this design work. I thought that was really going to light me up. Turned out it kind of didn't. And I ended up feeling like making all these brochureware web designs was a little bit soul-destroying. There was even a moment where this gal came into the office, and she had tears in her eyes, and she was like, guys, you got to come to the conference room. There's something going on. And we all were like, what's wrong? And we all go into the conference room, and it's like, I can still see it on the TV in real time, watching the second airplane just crash into the World Trade Center. It was this confluence of personal and obviously collective grief and a dark period. But all is not lost. I am a firm believer that we have to lean on each other in dark times. We have to find relationships in dark times. People need each other. And I met my future lifelong friend and business partner there at this job during this time. JR was the project manager, and the company, and we just hit it off great, and the company that we were working for, they kind of hit some hard times financially and cut our hours back. And JR and I were saying, well, look, hey, I know a little bit of HTML, and I know Photoshop, and he's a drummer, so we should be able to start a web company. Like, I think we know what we're doing. And yeah. We were both a couple of bulldogs, I might want to make clear right now. So we decided to go open for business, and we just took on anything. We were like, all right, you need a website? Sure, we can do it. You need a product catalog? Yeah, we'll do it. You need a photo shoot? Sure, we could figure out how to do that. We even had a microbrewery as a client for a while. And I built their intranet system for them. That was an old a Cake One project. And we did beer labels. We're like, yeah, we know how to design beer labels. We'll do that. So we just tore at it. It didn't matter. So it's a pretty decent time of life. I'm working independently here, but all the programming that I'm doing actually is all procedural code still. So I'm still doing PHP procedural code, and I know there's a better way to do stuff. I've heard of these things called objects. Maybe you guys have heard of these. So I buy the book PHP 5, Objects, Patterns, and Practices, which I think is a pretty well-known book. I read that thing cover to cover, and everything like clicks, and then I get in front of the computer, and it's not there. It's like, I can't take these concepts and apply them to my code. It's not making any sense. And I'm trying to build like a little template system, and I'm trying to hack together some kind of the early things of a framework, let's say. But I ended up just feeling dumber. I was like, I'm even less of a programmer now. I'm trying to do things the right way, and I'm lost. I'm just lost. So I had to look for help. And I don't know how I heard about frameworks. This was about 2005, 2006. But at that time, CakePHP was a framework that was an option, and so was Symfony. At least by 2006, they were around. And as I mentioned, in all fairness, I did like music. I loved playing music back in the day. So the name really resonated, Symfony. This might be nice, a nice fit. But every time I looked at those docs, it was the same situation. I just thought, this is above my head. And there was something in that catchphrase, convention over configuration, that I just loved. I thought, this is going to be my thing, because all I have to do is name files a certain way, put them in the right directory, and everything just works. And again, when you're coming from a kind of scrappy bulldog sort of doing what you can to get by, technically speaking, I mean, I need all the help I can get. I need finessers at my back. And that's kind of what it was like. It was like, this is what I get when I look to people who are far more skilled than me, and I let them make these really important decisions. I actually kind of felt like a real programmer a little bit. I wasn't at all, but I felt like one. But I think, frameworks, we tout them a lot as being something that helps us move faster. Rapid application development is always the key phrase, which is true. They do help you do things faster. But I think the real power in a framework is that it allows you to do things that just weren't possible before. I remember an old programming problem I was dealing with in a many-to-many join table. This is before Cake, and trying to figure out how to write the SQL for it, and trying to figure out how to loop through the data, MySQL fetch row methods and all that. And then I learned how to do it in Cake with just a little array configuration. Make sure you set up, at this point, you still had to manually use containable behavior, but nevertheless, you just do that and issue a one-line piece of code, and you get back your data in a structured format. It was so beautiful. I could cry. I loved it. It was absolutely, I was hooked. And at this point, you can believe that if I thought things were now possible, my business partner, JR, thought nothing was impossible. So his ambitions got even bigger. He would just love to sell, and he was just selling us on bigger and bigger and bigger projects. Let's actually take a look at the real power of a framework a little bit more closely, if I can here, because I have this metaphor I like to use. Basically, let's say that you're a furniture builder, and so you spend your time building desks, and you build dining room tables and armoires and things like that. Well, you need a workshop. So you could go and you could find an empty room like this, and you could buy all of your tools. You could hand select all the tools that you want, buy all the benches and all that stuff, or you can just find a workshop that's got everything kitted out already and just rent the space and get into it and immediately start building your furniture. I call it basically it's like having a workshop in a box. That's what Cake is to me. Again, other people have solved the problems that I don't have to think about, so I can then accelerate and actually begin building cool stuff. Well, as I was saying, my partner JR was really kind of overly ambitious, and we kept biting off more and more than we could chew. So there's this point about midway through my career where I'm solidly into Cake 2 now, and I'm using that hash utility like crazy, and I'm loving arrays. I'm like an array master doing stuff. But he finally gets a job in that's just way too big. This job needed like 6 or 8 finessers to do, and instead we thought, 2 bulldogs should cover it. It was some manufacturing system where we were going to do invoicing and quoting and manage their whole sales process and manage their manufacturing process, which everything was custom and bespoke. We were way out of our league. So it turned into a bit of a breaking point. At this point, I was with, she was my girlfriend now, she's my wife now, and it was causing strain on that relationship. And I basically said, JR, I got to dissolve this partnership. I got to move on. But it was hard for me because I'm not very comfortable selling or being in front of clients and presenting and doing all that kind of stuff. So this was a scary decision to say, I'm going to go off on my own and do this. I'm not qualified. I'm barely qualified to build this stuff. I'm not qualified to sell it to people too. Come on. Well, as destiny would have it, perhaps, I ended up going ahead and telling JR, I can't do this anymore. And like the day after, an old client came up out of the woodwork and messaged me and said, hey, Kev, I need a developer on retainer. I've got a distribution company. It's growing. I need you to build an inventory system. Can you do it? And so it was a confidence. It was a sign I needed to know that I could finally go out and be a little bit more independent here. So one day, we're at the airport. We're getting ready to go down out of town for like a weekend getaway, my wife and I. And I got bags, I've got like a bag on each shoulder. I've got my roller bag. There's people everywhere, and my phone rings. And I'm like, who's calling me right now? So frustrated, I look at it, and it's my client who's got me on retainer. And he says, all right, if things are going well, if I give you some more money, can you bring someone else? Is there someone who you can hire and help, in your network who you can hire and help us out? And I was like, well, sure, I could do that. I had nobody in mind whatsoever. But I'm like, yeah, I could totally find someone. So later that afternoon, I took to the Cake Slack channel, and I put out the public service announcement. I said, is anyone looking for cake work, freelance work? I'm here to hire. By the way, it's all Cake 2. And this is 2017. So I was a little behind on the whole upgrade, which I take full responsibility for, but that whole thing of like having to split out my models into entities and tables, I got so confused. It was that whole learning is hard, I don't really want to do this thing. But in like 60 seconds after I sent this announcement, I got a message back from, some of you may know who this guy is, Jeremy Harris, who was a Cake core developer for a while, some years back. And he said, yeah, I'm available. Now, why this poor guy took it upon himself to do Cake 2 work in 2017 is his unfortunate burden, but it ended up being my blessing, certainly. That said, he did come with some requirements of his own. He goes, all right, I'll do this, but I write tests, and that is non-negotiable. And yeah, I haven't written any tests up to this point. So I said, okay, all right, let's learn. Let's give it a shot. Now, we enter a fairly productive period at this point. I mean, he and I hit it off really well. He is, I like to say, a consummate finesser. He's taught me so much about OOP practices. Like I was saying, he taught me how to write tests. Now I can't imagine not having test coverage in my app. He obviously helped me upgrade to Cake 3. At some point he goes, all right, that's enough Cake 2, let's do this. And taught me about PRs and a proper workflow, just basic stuff that you'd be surprised you don't learn it when you're busy just working and keeping the wheel going. It was good to be surrounded by finessers at this time. I also was part of my PHP meetup group in Portland, Oregon. I was learning all kinds of stuff from them. So one December evening, I'm on the couch with my laptop, and I'm just chilling out. And I decided to take a look at the Swiss ephemeris. docs again. You remember this situation from before? And something was different this time. I was reading this kind of abstruse C code, and it was starting kind of making sense a little bit. It was kind of focusing, and I was like, maybe I could do this. So I searched for a PHP extension and for this API, and it turns out there was one, which I didn't know one existed. So I went ahead and installed that, got that up and running, and started kind of hacking away at just putting some functions together, which was not easy for me to make sense of these docs, but I was kind of going through and figuring, okay, what I need to do is to create what's called a birth chart in astrology. You want to know where the planets are at the moment that a person was born, which is specific to date, time, and even place. Well, it turns out that in the world of astrology and astronomy, they don't use Unix timestamps for that. They use something called a Julian day. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of a Julian day, which is the number of days that have passed since January 1st, 4713 BC at noon. So that's a handy reference. I'll spare the gory details as to why that's the case. There's actually some sensibility to it, mostly because astronomers worked at night, so it was inconvenient to have a day change occur in the middle of their time. Astronomers really ran the show at one point because they were in charge of all the seasonal cycles for farming and harvesting and survival, basically, of the community. So they kind of ran the show. So they said, we don't want the day to be in the middle. We don't want the day change to be in the middle of the night. It should be at noon when the sun's culminating. And that's basically how it came to be. Here's what 10 a.m. this morning is in the Julian day, just so you guys can see what that looks like. So I'm freaking out again. Okay, how do I get this number? Looking up on the internet, there's all these formulas for calculating it and stuff, and playing with that. But then I found a function, of course. There's a function in the API. And so I put it in, and it was another one of those magical moments like I was telling you earlier with when I learned HTML. It was like, holy cow, I just put this information in, and I got back just an array of all this data, but I was cross-checking it with this other astrology software I had, and it was all matching up. And to my small little bulldog mind, that was all I needed. Like, I can do this. I can make astrology software. Proof of concept right here in this data dump. I can do it. So the next day, I get up, I'm super excited. I fire open my terminal, and I do the only thing I know how to do, really. The only way I know how to start a PHP application is with Cake. Maybe I should be embarrassed to say, but I'm not embarrassed to say I couldn't start a PHP application from scratch, guys. I really can't. I need Cake. I need a framework to do it. I don't need to think about those higher level details. It bogs me down, overwhelms me. Now, today we're celebrating this 20 years of Cake. I wanted this little story. I appreciate you guys listening to me go on about my personal journey. I wanted us to be an inspiration for any young developers or newer developers out there to let them know what's possible. And I also wanted it to be just a way of extending so much gratitude for all the developers who've had my back, all the finessers who've had this little bulldog's back over the years. Things are actually possible because of Cake that were impossible otherwise. Now, I don't know what our time is. I can show you guys a little bit of Luna if you like. So why don't we go into that? So Luna is separated into 3 basic components. And all these components are in one app. I didn't do a microservices thing here. I didn't want to deal with having to manage and maintain separate applications. I just wanted one application. So it's a monolith. It's in Cake 5.2, PHP 8.3, and PHP Unit 11.5. So I'll show you what makes it possible to have these 3 separate kind of systems within one application, which is Cake's plugin system that works just beautifully for my needs. Now, even though there's a lot of plugins here, there's really only 3 components. As you can see, that interpretation report is repeating itself. So we're going to start with Theme Jump. Theme Jump is the public website. Why I couldn't have just called it theme website is beyond me, but I just have to be clever, I guess. I'm in the process of doing a new website, and that one, in that branch, I promise it does say theme website. And I'll just show you here one page. So this is a public website that is pulling some data. These are well-known, and I have a database of well-known and famous people, birth dates, and you can see their astrology charts. And I have it on the back end for paying customers, and I have kind of a slimmed down version of it on the front end for the general public. And so I don't have to make API calls. I just query the database straight up. I use authorization, authentication plugins to make sure that I'm pulling only the right content based on who you are, whether you're logged in or not. I've even got some features on here that if you are logged in, when you click into the detail of one of these charts, you can add it to your profile. So I can even have the front end very easily know if you're logged in and have some more seamless integration that way. Theme material is the app itself, and I call it theme material because I spent some considerable time reading through the Google material design philosophy and trying to put that into practice in the best way that I could. It's a responsive web app. I just wanted to show the mobile view here for you guys. You saw the desktop view earlier, and the mobile view is I have two up here so you can see side by side. But basically, in astrology, all these different circle charts with all these symbols on them are there's different types. They're all typed out. And so depending on what kind of chart you're looking at, you want different data to pull out of that. So I'm just showing you here that the navigation is contextual based on what kind of chart you're looking at. I have kind of a little state machine that manages, what charts are compatible with other charts, and because you can have more than one chart on the screen at once, but not every chart is compatible with every other chart. And then not every action is necessary for every chart either. So it's dynamic in that sense. I've gotten some mixed feedback on that, to be honest. I would say about 90% of my customer feedback is positive, this sort of intuitive, fluid design that I've put together. The majority of customers really like it and they find it easy to use. I do have some people who say, okay, I find it kind of hard to use, but then with some training, they usually end up getting through it okay. And then this next set of plugins, the interpretation report plugins. So it's really just the first one that matters here. But what this is so in the world of astrology, we're looking at all these symbols, right? These planetary, which are basically symbols of the planets and where they are. But as an astrologer, you're not just interested in the data and the measurement, you're interested in the meaning. So as astrologers, we think that there's meaning behind the positions of those planets. But every astrologer has their own way of approaching the interpretation. So I've got a handful of astrologers here who are using this system, and what they've done is they have their own kind of library of content that they've written. And what they want to do is they want to sell what are called interpretation reports to their customers, which are just a PDF document that gets emailed out to a customer that has all of the astrologer's interpretation information on it. And so one of the things that I created was something called an astrology factor, which is essentially just a JSON construct that allows me to go in and take calculations from a chart and then build a factor object around that. And that factor object then has a JSON index in the content management system that is linked to the astrologer's content itself. And as you can see, there's some conditionals on the factors. So the factors get really nuanced. I always started off with a tagging system at first, thinking that was going to be sufficient, but the needs arose to be a lot more complicated. So I decided to go with kind of a JSON configuration here that lets me really kind of dial in exactly what things that the astrologer wants to measure and then index that to some content. Thank you, everyone. That's me. And thank you for Cake. Thank you to Larry and the whole core team. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are going to keep going. Last year, we had the pleasure of meeting Florian. He joined us in Luxembourg, so we are extremely glad to have him back. Everybody, please welcome Florian Engelhardt.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Processing 1 Billion Rows with PHP. My name is Florian, and I'm working at the profiler team at Datadog, building a continuous profiler for the PHP language. I'm contributing to a lot of open source stuff that used to be in the early days PHP Unit and GraphQLite. So if you ever want to build a GraphQL API from PHP, check out GraphQLite. It's an amazing library. I started contributing to PHP itself, the PHP documentation, the PHP internals book, some extensions, and 1.5 years ago I became the maintainer of the parallel extension that allows you to do multi-threading in PHP. And I'm doing all this, although I'm married with 5 kids. So that being said, there is still time to contribute to your favorite framework. Has any one of you here heard of the 1 billion row challenge? Okay. Okay, so the 1 billion row challenge comes from the Java community. Some of my coworkers bragged about it because they made it into the top 10 by the time, and told in one of the stand-ups that they made that, and they were able to get into the top 10 with Java, and I was like, well, probably we can do this with PHP as well, right? So the 1 billion row challenge, let's say the mission, if you accept it, is to process an input file with 1 billion rows. That's roughly 13 gigabytes of data, and aggregate all of that and just create an aggregated output file of that. Because that sounds a bit abstract, we're going to look into what that looks like. That's basically the input that you get. It looks the CSV-ish thingy. Alongside with that file of 13 gigabytes of data and 1 billion rows, you get some definitions of what you find in there. So first of all, we have a station name. The station name is defined to be a non-null UTF-8 character with a minimum length of 1 character and maximum 100 bytes. Then you get the semicolon, and after that we get a temperature measurement at that station, and that is defined to be a non-null double between minus 99.9 and 99.9 plus inclusive. And we also know about the input file that there will be at maximum 10,000 unique station names. The output that we should create from that looks like this JSON-ish thingy. It has to be alphabetically sorted by station name. The result values per station have to be in the format of min, mean, and maximum, and it should be rounded by 1 to 1 fractional digit. And with all of those challenges and benchmarks and stuff, there are some rules that apply. First of all, you're not allowed to use any external libraries. So the main idea is to, if you use this do this in some interpreter languages like PHP, Ruby, or Python or what, you're not allowed to just write a C extension and do it and call it from PHP. That's not what's supposed to be. In PHP, there is no way to do multi-threading. I would say everything that's on Packle is considered not an external library. Then it has to be a single source file, just so that you keep it small, don't pull in any libraries, basically just that other people have the option to learn from what you were doing there and read through the source code and understand what's going on. And not to bury something in some libraries. You should not cheat on all of this. And the computation for all of this should happen at runtime. This sounds like obvious, but there are 2 steps how you could cheat there. One is you could first do an analyzation of the file, because we get all of this information and we know there is 10,000 unique station names in there. But what if it's just 5? That makes stuff a lot easier. We know there is negative measurements allowed, but it could be that there is no negative measurement in there. All the measurements that we have are floating point numbers. If it's just integer numbers, that would also make stuff a bit easier. If they are already in a pre-sorted way somehow, that would also be something where we could use this knowledge and cheat on it. We're not allowed to do any of this. And the other thing is you could do profiler-guided optimizations, which means that in PHP, in C, whatever language you do an implementation for the 1 billion row challenge, you would compile your implementation, run it against a profiler. The profiler collects data about how your program actually executes on that load, and then you recompile the software, feeding the profiler data back into the compiler, and now the compiler knows how this actually runs in the future, so it can do better branch prediction, everything for you. All of these things you're not allowed. That's basically all in the computation at runtime. So reading through these rules, I was like, well, basically in PHP we can do this pretty easy. So I gave it a try and I came up with this piece of code. Anyone particularly likes this code? It's spaghetti code, but it's working. So let's get through it. First of all, we have station measurements. So if a $stations array that's empty at this point in time, then open the file, the measurements text file for reading. Then basically just iterating in a loop over the file, reading all the stuff in there. It's basically just calling fget CSV. It looked CSV-ish to me because of this semicolon in there. Then we need to check if the station already exists in the station array. If it does not exist, I'm going to create an entry for that station. $data0 is in that case the station name, and $data1 is the measurement. I'm already storing the min, mean, and maximum temperature in there. So I'm just store $data1 into this array in 3 different spots. And then a 1 at the end is the number of measurements that we have for that station. In case the station already exists, we're going to just increment the counter of measurements that we have for the station. Then just add the current measurement that we have to our sum, so that in the end we can just divide the one by the other and have the mean temperature. And then if the measurement that we read for that station is lower than the measurement that we have on the record or bigger, then we just update the number. So we have the min and maximum temperatures. It needs to be sorted by station name alphabetically. We can use ksort for that, which sorts by keeping the value key association. So after that we have a sorted list of station names, and then we need to output all of the stuff. Because it's not really JSON, we don't need to go that far, so it's just an echo of the curly braces. And you can do doing the calculation of the mean temperature, and then just echo everything out and be done. I ran this script on this computer. Anyone want to shout a lucky guess of how long this takes? 30 minutes? Higher or lower bets?
5 hours.
5 hours. So the runtime on this machine clocked in at 25 minutes. Which is not really bad, I would say. Depending on how often you run this. 25 minutes for just spending a couple of minutes writing this code. 25 minutes is okay. So I mentioned I'm working at Datadog on a continuous profiler. That's a sampling profiler, so it's not tracing everything, but 25 minutes is way long enough to collect a lot of data about what's going on. The first thing that I wanted to look, because I'm old, I thought like 13 gigabytes of data, reading all of that from a disk, that takes a long time. Because when I started computing, it was spinning disks. My first computer had 20 megabytes of hard drive. So reading 13 gigabytes of memory, I thought was a long time. But actually, those hard disks nowadays, NVMe SSDs are connected via PCI Express. And if you read this file more often, then basically your operating system keeps the pages alive in memory. So technically, you're just reading against memory, even if it's 13 gigabyte, if you have enough memory. I was interested because the timeline view would have showed me that there is no CPU utilization for some time because I'm reading and waiting on I/O. But technically, you can see we're not waiting on I/O. We spend these 67 seconds complete in CPU bound. There is an idle time of 708 nanoseconds. That's just at the beginning. And then there is PHP spends 70 microseconds compiling this file. So basically, this is not I/O bound. So I switched to the flame graph view to see what the profile is seeing, where I do spend my time, which function. It's basically all fget CSV, which is correct because that's the only function I'm calling. That's the only thing I'm doing. Otherwise, I'm just doing PHP internal stuff. But fget CSV is spending like a lot of time in here, and that's weird. What is fget CSV actually doing? So it looked like CSV data in the beginning because I had the semicolon in there, and that screams CSV at me. So I use fget CSV because it just magically does all the stuff for me. But the problem with fget CSV in this case is that fget CSV implements the entire spec. So it needs to check for a lot of corner cases like enclosures and enclosures in enclosures, or carriage return line feeds in enclosures and all of this stuff. And none of this we have here. We have a pretty strict definition of what the file actually is. So with that definition, I was thinking we could probably just split to use fgets and substring. Fgets to just read in the line, then find the string position of the semicolon and then do a substring. If you're wondering why I'm using fgets with the 108 bytes argument, that's just because we know that the station will be 100 bytes maximum. It could be less. Then we have a 1 byte semicolon, 5 bytes for the temperature maximum if it's negative, and then 2 bytes for the carriage return line feed. And the last substring with the -1 is just because we don't want the carriage return line feed in the temperature. We don't need it there. And fgets returns the carriage return line feed as well. And if I run this, the same script again, with just this change from 25 minutes, we were down to 19 minutes, 49 seconds. It's 20% less CPU time wasted in fget CSV. So I was hooked. And I was checking what's going on, and I saw that, well, basically now we're spending all the time in substring fgets and string pos. Obviously, that's what we are doing. But what I was always also interested in was this white spot on the right side. That's basically PHP doing internal stuff. And what you can do is you can go to a line view, and then you can see where the lines are that you're spending time. And this is line 18, line 23 is the lines that we are spending most of the time in. That's what the profile actually sees. And those are these two lines. And when I looked at this, I was like, that's interesting because that's an increment. I don't know why we're spending so much time there. And the second thing is, this is a comparison between two floating point values. That should also not take a lot of time. But what's actually happening in this line, there is more happening than just the increment. Actually, what we're doing is we have the access to the $stations array with the $city key. Now the thing is, this is an associative array, which is pretty awesome because we can do this in PHP. We can use basically anything as a key in an array. The problem is that your CPU has no idea of what you're doing. So PHP is the emulator for us to emulate this thing, and it does so by using a hash map. So whenever you do this kind of array access, PHP will have to create the hash for the $city in order to find the value in the hash map that it creates under the hood for you, and then it can actually access the underlying data for you. This is nicely wrapped away for us, so we don't need this. We don't need to know all of these details, but if you're looking in, if you're doing this like a lot of time, then this actually wastes a lot of time. So I knew that you could use references even in PHP, so I was thinking, well, maybe we can use a reference to just do the hash map access once, then have a reference to the underlying data, and then we can use this $station array. Also, it makes the code a bit more readable, what we are actually doing here. So I thought this would be pretty nice, so I did the changes and run it again. And this brought the runtime down to 17 minutes, 48 seconds. That's another 10%, which we help PHP wasting time in creating a hash map access. So while I was looking at this, I also found that I'm doing too much compares, because if the temperature for the station that I'm currently processing is smaller than what I already had in my $stations array, then it can't be bigger anymore. So I can just do this instead. I could also do it the other way around. I could also not do the else if, but just an else, assuming that there is not a lot of data that's actually the same. This is one of the cases where knowing if there is kind of order in this measurement text file would be helpful, because it would help us to decide if we do the one or the other check first. But we're not allowed to do this, and also it doesn't really save a lot of time. That's just 2% of CPU time, so it's better than just jitter. If you benchmark that, you can actually see it, but it's really, really tiny. So another thing that I started to think was that when I was going through all of these optimizations, I always was like, this is just floating point data, I'm just incrementing an integer, I'm just comparing floating point values. But actually, I'm not comparing floating point data because I'm reading in a string. And PHP is pretty nice in regards to that as well to us developers, because PHP does magic type chuckling for us. So if you run this, and if you don't know the answer to that, a lot of people would go in like, well, it's a string, so maybe there's a string compare. Maybe it compares by the string length or by the ASCII character or whatever. We have no idea. But what actually happens is that PHP is smart. And if both of the operands are numeric strings, or one of the operand is a number and the other one's a numeric string, PHP will magically typecast that to a float or to an integer, whatever it's needed. And after it did this, it throws away the intermediate result because it doesn't need it anymore. So technically, PHP spends a lot of time in just chuckling all of these types there and back, because we do all of these comparisons. And we do all of these comparisons here where we add the temperature to the station sums. Basically, in the first time, it has to also cast the $station2 to a floating point number, because in the first iteration, it's a string. And then in all the comparisons, PHP converts two strings to a floating point, compares them, throws away the intermediate result. And it's even worth if the first if condition doesn't match, then it goes into an else if where it has to do the same stuff again and then throw away the intermediate results. And not type chuckling is pretty easy here, because all we need to do is we need to cast the temperature to a float once we read that. And then we have floating point numbers everywhere. That also means that we most likely need less memory, because floating point numbers are like less memory intensive than storing the strings everywhere. So not doing type chuckling and helping PHP not doing all of these casts actually had a pretty good effect. It was another 21% less CPU time wasted, but just telling PHP to use to cast the data that we read in as a floating point number. So with all of these changes in place, I was looking at the profile again to see what's going on, and we can see that the small white spot got pretty small. Line 18 is still showing up. That's the array access, the one array access where we create the reference, and line 23 dropped a lot from 32 to 15%. Which is totally fine. Like substring fcat CSV and string cross using most of the time in there is totally okay, because we optimized for throughput. So it's clear that we only optimized this one spot, so like the other one takes just more on the same time. And then I remembered something important about PHP on CLI. I was running all of this in PHP CLI, obviously. So something important about PHP on CLI that I always forgot is that on CLI, PHP has no opcache, because it's default disabled. That's not necessarily too big of a problem in that case, because the opcache would just opcache the opcodes for a future run, which we don't have. We also saw compiling is 78 microseconds, so don't really care about that. It does some optimizations, which is not really interesting here, but with no opcache on PHP also comes no chit. And this is a CPU-bound problem, though the just-in-time compiler should be able to help. The thing with chit is an opcache on CLI, you need to set this opcache enable CLI to 1, this default 0. So even if you have opcache installed and enabled, by setting opcache enable to 1, it'll still be disabled when running PHP on CLI. That's the one thing. And the other thing is you need to explicitly enable the just-in-time compiler. It's still default disabled. It's a bit weird because up to PHP 8.3, the opcache.chit default setting is enabled, so it's technically enabled, but the chit buffer size is 0, so it has no buffer, so it's disabled. With PHP 8.4, that setting changed, so it's now opcache.chit is default disabled, while it has a buffer size of 64 megabytes. So all you need to do is, if you do that, then no matter which PHP 8 version you're running on, it will enable opcache on CLI and the just-in-time compiler. And running this again with the just-in-time compiler brought the runtime down to 7 minutes, 19 seconds already. That's 45% less than we had before. So that's already pretty awesome, and I spent way too much time on this thing. And I was like, there's probably more, because so far all of the implementation that I did and all of the optimizations that I did, all of this is single-threaded. And the Java community implementation were way faster than that, but they were all using multi-threading. This stuff was running on a Hetzner AMD machine with 64 cores, and some of those Java implementations were actually utilizing all those 64 cores. So I was like, well, we need to parallelize this problem. So because actually This computer also has 12 cores in it, and it would be nice if I could use them, at least the 12 cores here. So yeah, I have some demo for you to show the source code. Let's see if this works. Nice. So there is a calculate average PHP, which is, you're going to see a lot of code that we already had on the slides. But in order to divide this problem into, in order to parallelize this problem, before we can do this, we need to divide this one big problem into smaller problems. So let's just, for the sake of it, for the sake of simplicity, say that it's a 10 gigabyte file and we're going to run 10 parallel processes. We need to somehow split this smaller. And one of the things is, like, I don't know, probably the only idea here I had was to just split the file into smaller chunks. Like have every single core just do a part of that big file of 10 gigabytes. Every core should just process like 1 gigabyte. So I created a function called getFileChunks that'll basically just do exactly this. It gets the size of the file. Let's assume it's 10 gigabytes. Then we divide by the number of CPU cores that we want to run this, which leaves us with a chunk size of 1 gigabyte, plus minus. Then open the file. The problem now with this 1 gigabyte chunk size is that it's not aligned to the ending of the line. Just having chunks of 1 gigabyte per file would mean that some of the process would start in the middle of a line, and we need to align this to the end of it. So what I'm doing is I'm opening the file, then as long as my chunk start is smaller than the size of the entire file, I'm just calculating a new chunk end, which is basically just adding the size to the current pointer that I had, and checking that it's not above the file size. If we're still within boundary, still within the file, then I can start aligning, and that basically doing by calling fseek to seek to the position in the file. Let's say the first 1 gigabyte offset, so I'm now at exactly 1 gigabyte with the file pointer. The problem is that could be in the middle of the string, of middle of that line, so we're going to call fgets, not because I'm interested in that line, but I'm interested in the side effect of fgets, and that is fgets reads to the end of the line and moves the file pointer by doing so. And then I can call ftell to give me the new file pointer, and now I have an aligned file pointer to the end of that line. And I just do that until I have all the chunks correct, ready, and then I have an array with just chunk start and chunk end, like for 10 processes that should process these chunks. And in the end, close the file and return the chunks. That's basically making this big problem into smaller problems. And then we need the function to actually do the processing. We've seen a lot of this on the slides already. The thing is here, this function accepts the path to the file that we need to open, the chunk start and the chunk end. It's going to return an array. That's the intermediate representation, because we have not, this thread has not processed everything. It just processed a part of it, so it's going to be an intermediate representation. Open the file. Then what's different to the slides is we need to seek to the chunk start, because we're not processing from the beginning, but just this one chunk. Then it's going over in fgets, reading the data, and the exit condition is now not reading until fgets doesn't give me any data anymore, but the exit condition is when we reach the chunk end. So chunk start is a pointer that we just move with, and then in the end, if we reach the chunk end, we stop processing the data, break out of this loop. All of this is just basically what we've seen on the slides already, and then return the stations. Now the magic comes here. Basically, I'm calling this getFileChunks with a number of threads, which you can parse in as an argument on the CLI. Then I have an array of futures. We're going to see what that is, and this is the magic loop. This is calling parallel run, and parallel run is the parallel namespace from the parallel extension, allowing you to do multi-threading, and the run function is the easiest interface for that. That is, you call the parallel run function, you give it a closure, which is a task that should be processed in parallel somewhere, you don't care about this, and you give it an array of arguments to give to that closure when it's being called. The parallel run will spawn a new runtime internally if it needs. Otherwise, if there is a thread already in the managed thread pool that's idle, it'll just reuse that thread. And it will return you a future. And the future is an object that you can use to communicate to the task. So you can ask it if it's still running, you can cancel it, you can check if it throws an exception, stuff like this. And to the parallel run, we basically give the process chunk, it's our closure that processes this chunk, and we give it the file name, and then the chunk start and chunk end. And after this loop, there is 10 or 12 or whatever, how many threads you spawn running, processing these chunks, but the PHP main will start going on. And we collected the futures in the future array. And now what we need to do is we need to combine all of these intermediate results. And what we can do for this is we can call the value function on the future. The value function returns you whatever the closure that you called within does return. So in this case, it returns us the array of the intermediate result of this 1 GB of data that we processed. And it will also, if necessary, wait for it. So this will block until that thread is ready and gives us data. And then in the end, once we have that done, we're going to combine all of the intermediate results together. This looks a bit familiar probably. If the result series does not exist, then we just, if it exists, if it's that already in our complete result, then we have to add all the numbers. Otherwise, we can just take the measurement that we just got. And then in the end, there is no real problem, no real thing here, because it also didn't show up in the profiler. We use ksort to sort everything, and then this loop that we had in the beginning to output everything. And one thing I also added here is this number format, because in the initial implementation I did, I forgot about this. This was also one of the things that we had to do around this to one fractional digit. So with all of that in place, I was running it, and let's go back. I was running it, and it took 1 minute 35 seconds. That is awesome, but I remembered something. The extension that I'm building an extension for PHP. So the PHP version that I'm running on this laptop, in order to be able to debug it, everything a bit better if something crashes, is compiled with these two C flags, the -G and -0. -0 means I'm telling the C compiler when compiling PHP it should not do any optimizations. No loop unrolling, no whatever, no inlining, nothing. Just don't do any optimizations. And the -G means add a lot of debug data to the binary, because I want to have full stack traces and I want to be able to observe everything that's going on in the PHP binary. But this also makes PHP slow. And the average PHP version that you have installed or that you run in production is compiled without the -G, because you don't need all the debug information in there, and with -OS or -02, which means level 2 of optimizations. And I usually like to compile with -OS because it also enables optimizations to make the binary smaller. And I recompiled PHP in order to get there. And let's see. I gave it away, right? Let's run this again with 12 cores. And now it's hopefully not taking 25 minutes and not 9 minutes and not 1 minute 35 seconds. But we can definitely wait for it. This was also the first time that I actually hear the fans, the CPU fans of this laptop starting blowing. And we actually use all of the cores of these machines, which we usually don't do. Oh look, 25 seconds. That's pretty good. There it is. So yeah, when I did the run and I created the presentation for this was 27.7 seconds, so it's good that it's a bit better now. But that's not me, that's just on the new PHP versions. So I was looking into the profiler timeline view again, because I thought like there should be some I/O read, but as you can see there is no I/O read happening. It's not waiting for I/O. This is all 10 cores, I think. CPU bound, doing stuff. They're not waiting on I/O. There's not really anything I/O related happening. Also, what you can see here, which is pretty nice, these are all the threads that are actually doing work, while the last one here, which has just this small green dot at the end and the beginning, this is the main thread. So what you can see is the small green dot is just a wall time sample of 10 milliseconds that represents creating all the chunks and starting the process. And then the green then is not doing anything because it's blocked on the value call. And then on the end, the small green dot is using ksort, combining the intermediate results, ksort, and echoing everything out. So if you want to go into optimize this code in any direction, you need to look in the main loop and not in sorting and outputting the stuff or combining the intermediate results. That's not worth time. So I did all of this. I wrote a blog post about this. Some people reached out, and some people had great ideas how to get it even faster. And so I have some bonus slides for you. One of the thing is I did this reference thingy so that I only have one lookup in the hash table. But actually, we do two still, because in the first thing we check if it's not set, and then we create it. Otherwise we just look it up in the hash map. Now the thing is, you can create a reference to a station that doesn't exist, because in $station it will have null. So we can just do a null check, and then we know that doesn't exist, so we can create it. So we only have one access to it, which is nice, because we're doing it a billion times. So. The second thing, I was just porting this from the single-threaded solution to the multi-threaded solution. And this is still using fgets. It's basically a checked read on fgets. So the while condition is still evaluating if fgets actually gave something back, or if it just gave back null into $data. And we don't need that, because we created the chunks before, so we know as long as we are in our boundaries, there's still data to read. Hopefully someone does not change the file in the 27 seconds, but as long as no one does, we can assume that there is still something to read as long as we're in the boundaries. So we can port this to do an, so let's say, unchecked read. Basically just the while condition is as long as we are in boundaries, we're gonna just read and then add the string length to the chunk start. That was also a nice idea. And the biggest bonus was, I didn't like this thing here. That's because in other languages, like in C, in Rust, in Java, you have a thing called string slices, or slices generally. So because technically we have a string, which is the line, and then we find the semicolon, and then we have to create new strings. And PHP is actually doing exactly this. It creates a new memory area, then it copies part of the string into that new memory area, and now you have a new string, and it does this twice. And I always hated this, because there is no way in PHP to use some kind of string slices or something else to get rid of all of these extra allocations and the extra pressure on the CPU. But there actually is a function, and it's called stream getLine. And stream getLine basically is the same as fgets, but with the difference that you can tell it where it should stop reading. Fgets will stop reading at the character return line feed, while stream getLine stops reading at whatever character you give it. So I can use stream getLine to stop at the semicolon, and then do a second call to stop at the character return line feed, or the character return character. And with that, I don't have to call fgets anymore. I have to call stream getLine twice, but I get rid of all the extra memory allocation. And then we applied all of these changes and run it on the machine that the Java folks are running their benchmarks with. We're running with 16 threads. And it clocked in at 12.76 seconds. So there's a few things that we can learn from this. First of all, I already told it in the beginning of it, 25 minutes can totally be okay. Honestly, I wrote so many one-shot PHP script to just transfer this one CSV into some other format. And if that script would have run overnight, and I could come in the next day to my desk with a fresh cup of coffee and see the result, and I don't need to run it anymore, so what? CPU time is so much more cheaper than developer time. So spending 10 minutes on hacking something together, and it runs a day or 2 days, I don't care. CPU time is cheap. So, and the other thing is, PHP is really fast. Like if we do not use all of the abstraction layers, if we do not use all of the magic that PHP gives us, because all of that is paid for in CPU time. If you just give hints to PHP with the right data types, if you use the just-in-time compiler, if you have a CPU-bound problem, and if you parallelize all of the CPU-bound problems that you have, then PHP can be super quick. And with that being said, that's all, folks, and thank you very much for having me. On .box.org, that's my page. You're going to find the blog post. The source code that we have here is in my GitHub repository. The parallel extension is on GitHub. And the original idea came from Gunnar Morling. He has a blog post about this on his blog on morling.dev. Do we take any questions?
So while merging the chunks at the end, a difference to use parallel again to merge the chunks 2 by 2, and then the result, like at that divide and conquer strategy, and parallelize again the
merging the chunks?
of the chunks?
No. If you look at the last line here, you can see the small green dot at the beginning, and then at the end there's another small green dot. This is the main thread. This is also the thread that is doing the combining the intermediate results. So this is basically, in the end, it's spending less than 20 milliseconds on doing all of this. So if we're looking for time, then we have to look in the main loop, processing the data. Yeah.
Yes, so have you tried to use different PHP versions to check like what would be the time used, like on maybe like PHP 8.3, 8.4, or like 8.0?
So the initial number that I had, the 27.7 seconds, that was with PHP 8.3. The 25 seconds we saw now was with PHP 8.4.13. It got a bit quicker. Mainly PHP 8.4.13 got quicker because we are doing a lot of function calls, but a lot of these like the string pos function, all of these things, those are now frameless functions. So PHP will internally not create a call frame and do a call, but it will the engine can do a quick call on these functions. So that's where you get some time. You're welcome. I have no idea how it works with PHP 8.5. We should probably do, because 8.5 got a new just-in-time compiler. If there are no more questions, then thank you very much.
Okay, well, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. We're running a little bit early, so if anyone needs a do that. about to get started. Okay, I will have to talk a lot louder. Okay, we're going to get started again. We've got a couple more talks before we break for lunch. Thank you guys for joining us here in Madrid. If you're watching the live stream, make sure you are posting with the hashtag CakeFest and CakePHP. If you have any questions, feel free to post them directly into the chat on the YouTube, because we have our team monitoring to interact here with the speakers, and we will do a Q&A after every talk. We're going to jump back in. Just a quick thank you to our sponsors, CakeDC, and Passbolt, our platinum and diamond sponsors, for joining us year after year. We are so grateful. Let's welcome our next speaker. You know him from the core. You probably know him as the Euromark and not necessarily Mark Scherer, but everybody please welcome Mark.
Test 1, 2. Also it's on? Okay, cool. Alrighty. So, welcome everyone to this CakeFest Talk 2025 about CakePHP. Some tips and tricks, how to work with the IDE, how to work with modern tools in CakePHP. A quick show of hands, who has been here last year and seen my talk about the IDE helper and all that stuff, or who is familiar with that? It's basically a minority. Okay. Well, I'll go through it quickly, not too quickly, but still like just to be able to go to the rest, but to also sum it up for those that haven't been to my talk. Quickly about me. My handle is der Euromark. I'm a software developer from Berlin, or live in Berlin, Germany. I've been with the core for about 14 plus years. I specialized a lot on plugin development, on toolings, on automation, and all of that stuff. And I mainly work on freelance and consulting these days in mainly the CakePHP, but also in general in the PHP ecosystem. And you can also scan this QR code later, of course, if you want to see more details and you want to talk to me about any projects. The quick overview of the agenda. So I'm going directly into DDEV later for the live demo, where we're going to do some fun stuff and showcase how the IDE together with the tooling works, how you can speed up the development process through those kind of helpers. With the annotations, with some autocomplete and type hinting, also to make PHP Stan effectively work with it, and also helps you in your development and on your CI system. And I would also like to show some test-driven development, how you can harness all that, and some fun stuff with AI, of course. So PHP Storm, which I use, is one of the recommended IDEs, especially if you're a beginner. If you're more advanced, all the way up to Mark Story, then you're using maybe more low-level IDEs or editors. But in general, it helps to give you a lot of feedback and quickly assess what's going on in your code. You can all look that up on the IDE helper itself. There's a wiki where you can look into tips and tricks how to set up even like deep association completion. So when you have the options array, it will autocomplete what kind of options there are for all of these different CakePHP functions. DDEV directly supports Cake out of the box, and it also comes usually with an HTTPS SSH support. It does have PHPadmin, crons for background processing, MailPit we already talked about. So there are quite a few things that really help you to, with one command, spin it up right away, and you're ready to go. And sometimes I use some hooks to put in. In your config file, you can put in like aliases. For example, I'm too lazy to type composer all the time, so I just do alias C composer. And when you go in your environment, then CU is then composer update. So very quick. And especially since multiple scripts of mine are running in Composer, Composer assets, Composer CS check, test, all of that stuff, it's usually then just C test, C CS fix. So it's much quicker to do that. And if you do that maybe 100 times per day, I think you save a lot of time on these kind of small things as well. Make sure that you have the editor config set up, because it's always painful to have then, if you tab, it's actually a tab, if it's supposed to be spaces and the other way around. Different kind of line endings, so that all can be set up in the editor config, so make sure that file is available. And also other files like PHP.cs and your other meta things should be all set up so that you can just run a very basic command and it should work. It's also recommended to have the PHP.cs XML file, because then you can also set it up in your IDE. So your IDE can be auto set up. Whenever you finish typing, it will automatically auto-format it in the code standards. So that's also very, very helpful. Make sure to add the IDE helper plugin, because it helps you with all the annotations and keeps them up to date. And it also generates the auto-completion file that we are going to look into in a second. Yeah, so you also need the annotations for PHP Stan to introspect your code, to be able to understand some of, let's say, the more magic stuff, like when you fetch a table, that it actually knows what kind of methods are available on that specific table class. For code completion in Metafile, especially in PHP Storm, but also for other IDEs, you have this very specific Metafile that you can generate, and you can also customize. So I will show you that pretty quick. I hope you can read that, because my screen, for some reason, is very big font now, and it's a bit hard to go through here. PHP Storm Metafile. And this Metafile just contains different, maybe not this big one. Yeah, here. So you register an argument set, and you say what kind of strings are available on it, and when you actually then call this in the PHP code, it will autocomplete those strings for you. We can look into that for the icons later as well. And you can add, with registering more icons and icon set classes, you can register your own custom things. So if you have your own queue helper that puts stuff into the queue, and you have different tasks for the queue, you can autocomplete those, and it's much faster to type than instead of doing that manually. Maybe I have a queue installed. Queue dot, oops. Yeah, I think so. It's hard to queued job. So yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah, if you can read this code here, it's pretty big. Once you have a model for the queued jobs, then this should be auto-completable. So whatever is available as different jobs in your system, you can see now all of those you can just select from a drop-down menu. Yeah, so this is a custom addition now for your plugin, but you can also for your application code. Whenever you have a method that accepts certain strings, you can make them auto-completable, so your team knows what kind of strings you can put in. Oftentimes, of course, you can also directly set a class name. So whatever this is, simulate payment result, I guess. Here, you can also maybe do a class. This oftentimes can also be a bit cleaner because it helps with factoring. But in many instances, having at least the autocomplete on it makes it less of a kind of a magic string, because magic strings are bad, but like these kind of strings are then at least annotated. And oftentimes with a proper PHP Stan extension, these are also asserted. So if you put something wrong in here, ideally PHP Stan will report, hey, this doesn't even exist, what you're doing here. And these extensions you can also write. So together, this is quite powerful then as well. Yeah, so it also does all kind of out-of-the-box stuff for the URL paths, so you don't have to type all the controller, action, and so on, but you just auto-complete it from the available list of strings. That is usually making your life also much easier in the templates. And for best PHP Stan compatibility, you should download the CakeDC PHP Stan extension and include it into your PHP Stan Neon file. This helps to really understand what I just said about, is that class actually available? Can you fetch this table, or is it something dead in your code? Without it, you would have to execute it. And we all know that we have oftentimes a coverage that is below 50, in a good project below 70 maybe. So it's not really realistic to really have all of the lines always tested. But with PHP Stan, we can at least then do some better basic checks across your whole system as a whole. So with that said, we can already go a little bit into actual coding. So I have this kind of new plugin about templating that helps a lot with everyday life of coding inside of templates, handling HTML for the HTML link calls with the escape title stuff. So there are quite a few improvements in there. It also ships with some font icons, or since very recently now also SVG icons. And that one I can showcase now. So if we go into the templating examples controller, there we have different actions and different icon sets, and I will just open it up so that it's kind of clear. Can I do that here? Oops. Maybe I'll just put that in here, right? Makes more sense. So, wait, what happened now? Oh, we have to start fresh. So the sandbox, I just downloaded and I composer updated and I did the basic stuff, but I need to ddev setup, or in this case, because I already created the config file, ddev start. So it should actually start up now. Just to showcase that, before I go and continue, all you need to do is putting a config YAML into your empty ddev file, or do ddev config and put in some of those things like PHP version and so on. And I think I also put in the, I put in the little hack with Composer, so that it's much quicker inside to do all of those commands. If it's open now, then we can actually access it. That's great. So here are the different icons. You can also see that live on the actual sandbox in the internet, so you can definitely also look at this if you want to directly see how it looks like. And the SVG icons also have a little demo with all the powerful things you can do with the CSV icons. You can see the hover effect here and so on. And all you need to do in your code is then usually this icon render and the specific icon name that you defined and configured. And it doesn't have to be the icon name itself, it can be an alias. And that usually is quite powerful as well, because if this is called smiley0135, no one would know this from the head, right? So we would alias it to just smile in the config, and then it will translate to whatever actual file name this one has. Yeah, so if we go into any of these templates, we can actually just go into overview index. So admin, super admin, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, good. So we can just, if we want to add an icon to this page because we want to make it much cooler, I'll just demo it here on the top pretty quick. Oops, PHP. Echo this icon render, and then here I should be able to select all of those. So is there a smile there? Yeah, there is even a smile wink. Yeah, so whatever that means. and we can just quickly check how that looks like. Wait, did that not just render? Am I in the right action? Edit? Ah, okay, so I think one of the fonts is not installed, but the Bootstrap one, which edit refers to, is definitely installed. So that works. You have to run composer setup to make sure that the file is correct. What's happening here? There was a problem with the database. Oh, I'm not inside, right? Ha! DDEV SSH, yeah. I didn't go inside, now I'm inside. And now I'm doing the composer setup, which in my case runs the annotation and the PHP store meta file. And I think now those files should actually be available. Yeah, okay. So you can create icons without having to know all of those specific classes. And if you don't like the name, you go into the app, icons, there we go. And in the map for the icon, you can define your own aliases. So if you don't like smile and you say happy, you can actually move that to smile. So now if we would just do happy, oops, in here, it wouldn't be auto-completable, right? Happy doesn't exist, yeah. But if we do the composer setup again, it would also include all the aliases that we just defined, and then it should actually be happy available. And happy then renders, hopefully, to the same icon. FA4 smile, I think it's Bootstrap smile, right? So the aliasing is not quite correct. Bootstrap smile is the name of the class. No? What kind of smile are you? It could be any of the other ones too, unfortunately. I don't know which one it is. No. Material? Nope. One of those anyways. Feather maybe? Oh, okay. Well, apparently it was feather. So yeah, it helps to then make this a speaking alias to what it is in your application, what is the meaning behind it, rather than using the concrete icon. So if you're using it to showcase settings, then you probably call this settings, and then the icon can be a cogwheel of some kind of thing, but it's the concrete icon representation, and this would be more the application representation. So with this, it helps to speed up the development as well, because if you know you want to render the settings, you just say settings here, and you don't care about the actual implementation behind it for the icon. You can change that at any time without having to change all your code. So this is quite nice. So in this kind of context, what if we wanted to actually add another icon set to this? So we are already using, let's see. So we can use Bootstrap, Font Awesome, Material, Feather, Lucid, and Heroicons out of the box. Like those are currently supported by this plugin, and they have different tasks in here that icon. Yeah, they have the different icons, and they render the specific whatever HTML it is that needs to be rendered for them to be correct. And so if we have another icon set we want to add, Tabler, for example, is a very popular one with thousands of icons. How could we do that? So you can, of course, study the whole documentation about the plugin and add your own local files to your application, like implementing the interface, doing all kind of work, finding out what kind of assets you need to download for it, and so on and so on. But if you just want to see if those icons are actually working, if you want to know if those are fitting to your application, and you just want to demo it, a neat way could be actually to just let AI edit pretty quick in a demo page, and you can scroll through and you can see, yeah, actually that icon set fits. And then you can still think about implementing it in some way, or in my case, even moving it in the official plugin. So taking it from the app and moving it in a way that it can be shared across different projects. For this, we can, terminal, where's my terminal? Ah, here. For this, we can start Claude. Yes. And actually, can I make this into doc? Right? Yeah. So here we can see hopefully a bit more. I'm just giving it like the tasks. Add an icon task for table icons and make a demo page in this sandbox plugin. So you've seen here sandbox. Where's templating now? Here, templating. So this is the plugin namespace inside of my application. So it's pluginized, and there we have all these different showcases. And I want to have another action here that would showcase now those icons. It could also be just some random new controller action, of course. But then I need to make the ACL work and other kinds of stuff. So adding it as an action here is probably the quickest to showcase that. And so basically, I'm just telling it to put a demo page into that plugin for my templating examples controller as a new action, and assets included. So it should work out of the box fully. I don't know if it works. We'll find out. I have internet, so that is important. If I run this without any kind of automation activated, it will ask for permission for all of the things. So it's hard to see, right? Let's see what it does. And the difference of like vibe coding compared to actually what I'm doing now is I know exactly what I want, and I could do it manually as well. I've been proven to do that for the other ones as well. But doing it manually now means it takes probably like 30 to 45 minutes with all the stuff around it, looking things up, creating the template, actually testing it for real. And so usually, the AI should do that within a few minutes. And even while if I'm going into full automation mode here, if I'm doing that, I can do something else in between. So I don't even have to usually monitor and actually tell it every little step. But I could do a different task at the same time and then come back to when it's finished and see if the results are matching. So you can see now it wants to add something. And it's basically a, what is it? It's adding a table icon, extends abstract icon. Yeah, so it really understood the coding of the plugin and replicates that now locally for that specific icon class. If I like that, I can click apply. I can also, down here, say, hey, but, oops, allow all edits during the session. So instead of manually clicking apply on every single change it does, I can just say, just do it without me having to approve everything. This is fine if you have everything committed beforehand. So the worst that can happen is you have to git reset it. You have to just revert all of the changes. So given that I had a fresh start of that, I feel confident that nothing bad will happen. I don't erase anything or accidentally revert stuff I don't want to. And so it should actually create these kind of classes for me, and I can actually see it here. So it created a collector. A collector is fetching all of the icon names available from a file. Usually it's a a JSON file. So we'll see if actually it understands that, and we'll pull it from the tabler JSON meta file. And the table icon is actually the rendering part. So for this kind of tabler, apparently it's class ti something. So that's how it's supposed to look like. It all figured that out from just looking at the public documentation, downloading the tabler assets and so on. Even though I don't think it downloaded the tabler assets yet. So it started doing the PHP stuff, but it didn't do any asset management yet. Can we follow that more closely? What is it doing? Okay, now it creates a template, SVG icons. And let me create the tabler icons demo template. Okay, so it thinks a little bit about it, and then it will create our template. It added the config at least already. Tabler with, it is a JSON file, yeah. Not sure if that exists. It might have made that up for now, but even if that is a wrong name, it will figure it out eventually. Also, I could manually go in and fix the table. Like if the prefix is wrong, I can just fix that later as well. So it did a lot of things already. Now it starts to actually assess the icon assets. So it finds this correct file. Let me verify the JSON file. And what does it want from me? Testing. Do you want to proceed? Yeah, you don't have to ask me for test permission, so I'll just give that for in general. The next time it will not ask for that either. You can make it remember certain things that are harmless. Also reading a link and stuff is fine. So it still tries to resolve the correct name. The package needs to be installed. Okay, so it will do an npm install, I would assume. In the meantime, we can already look into that one. And it created a tabler icon link. And if I click on it, it doesn't quite work yet. So that needs to be figured out. And I'm confident it will figure it out eventually. Yeah, go for it. Like, why do you tell me to do it? I expected you to do it. So it has the necessary permissions to do an npm install. So do you want to proceed? Yes, always go ahead and directly do it for me. I don't want to babysit you too much. And eventually, it will find the right kind of structure. Verifying symlinks. In my test that I did a while ago, it was a bit quicker. So today it's needs a bit more help apparently, but it's getting there. Symlinks work. Okay, good. So we're getting somewhere. Testing the demo page functionality. Yep. Okay, it still needs to fix the icon class itself. I'm pretty sure it will figure it out. Found 4,900 icons are apparently now available through this new tabler icon set. Why do you want to create a JSON map? Okay, it got lost a little bit here for a moment because it shouldn't need to. Directly use the JSON file in the assets folder for it. That should also not be necessary usually, because I looked into it and I think the tabler if it understood to download the right one, has a dist. Oops. Yeah, it has an icons folder, and this one I would expect to directly use. So interesting that it didn't use this file directly. Testing. Okay, what did it just create? Render tabler SVG. Almost there. Perfect. Yeah. So it already works. You can see that the table icons are available. So that seems to work. It does have a warning still, which means that the collector doesn't see those icons. The names of the icons are not known to it, but just purely rendering out what we are telling it to do, this icon render hard, so on, this actually works. And yeah, we could now just give it this kind of warning. We could copy this over and say, hey, this is a warning, fix this too, and it will also fix it eventually. So it will like look into why is the collector not getting the proper names, and then adjust the script to include, to read all those possible plugin icon names. And then of course we have to do composer assets again for it to autocomplete. And then once we go into this newly created file, tabler icons here, you can see that this is not autocompletable yet, and it would be once we actually composer setup, run the annotations in the setup part again, and then we have all of these icons available. So yeah, we can look into them. We can say this actually looks like the right kind of set for us, and then we have all of those classes available already for us to use in any way we want to. So instead of doing this manually, I would say usually you can probably save about 70 to 80% of the time, and then you manually have to adjust it maybe minimally to get exactly the result that you had in your mind in the first place and that you needed to actually code. And then on top of that, test coverage for this should also be easy, right? So test-driven development, sometimes you create the tests before, but oftentimes it's more pragmatic to do them while you're coding. So for the table icon collector, I want to have a test that actually pulls the names, and I want to count if the name count of those icons is above 1,000. If it's 4,000 something, that's awesome. But like, if it's less than 1,000, probably something is wrong with my collector. It doesn't find all the icons available, right? So if I wanted to, I could just say, create also test coverage. That would be very generic. They would probably create tests for everything. If I now be more specific and say, create coverage, test coverage, I guess, for the collector. So it would, from the context, understand it's about the table icon collector and not something completely different. And when I run this now, ideally, it understands that we want to test this table icon collector, and it writes a test case for specifically that scenario. And then we can run the tests and assert this in our project. So when someone else checks it out and forgets to run the composer assets to download all the assets, this test would also fail and would say, hey, I cannot find the file, I cannot understand what kind of icons are available. And if you ever change anything in here, in the collector, it would be protected against regressions. So it looks into the class right now. It tries to understand what is it doing, and then eventually it will actually create the test case. I think you can read this here, right? Oh. Okay, so apparently you have to be more specific, because it does also, no, it just looks into other collector tests to understand how in general collector tests are working. That's kind of smart. And then it creates its test case based on that. So, and it even creates fixture data. So it creates some SVGs to pull the data then in your now we're creating the table icon collector test class. And so whenever you have not enough coverage, this can be quite a free version in parallel to, like, let's say you work on something and you write maybe even just documentation, but in general you code something, and you have some processing power in the background. Yes, you can let it write tests for you in the background, and it will write them, and it will usually, at least at some point, once you taught it how it's supposed to work, it will do that in the background until it's done and it's green. All the tests are passing. And so this way you can go through the different layers and add tests in the background while you're coding on something completely different. And this is oftentimes quite efficient, because the processing power is here anyways while you're doing some kind of manual stuff somewhere. And it can work quite autonomously in the background. And this helps you to just get your coverage up, and therefore the confidence in your project and whatever is already there, especially if it's a legacy project that you inherited and you didn't start with test coverage. You can go from 0 to 10 to 20, all the way maybe to something like 50% coverage, which is a huge improvement over a blind code that you're deploying somewhere. So it's still, it already created the collector class. You can see that it uses the fixtures it just created. It does an array count on it. So that works quite well. You could instruct it to actually use the real file, like this icons JSON, and parse that directly, and then do the count on that specific one. So for now, because I didn't give clear instructions, it just made up a few icons and tested, but at the same time you could also reuse live data that you downloaded and is actually available. And then once it's done, it says here, all 16 tests for it added, everything is passing, awesome. If you want to check if it's actually true, you can of course run it also manually, PHP unit, and the test is called test case view icon collector. Also test case view icon collector table icon collector test. Bam. So interesting enough, there is yeah, okay. So it throws some warnings because it blindly accesses a file get contents. I would say maybe it did a bit too much testing. Smoke testing would have been fine for me. We don't need to like test non-existing stuff, which is not very realistic. But either way, you could instruct it also to escalate this by using a file lookup first. File exists, and throw an exception, a meaningful exception. So you could fine-tune that, of course, with giving it a few more commands. But I think in general, you see how powerful this can be to enable you in the background to do things for you that you don't usually have the time to do, maybe. So this, I think, is quite helpful. And another topic I want to showcase very quickly is upgrading. So many of you have this manual task of having to do, roll back, yeah, Cake 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, but also in between 4 and 5, or even minus between versions, it can be quite tedious. And some things are automated, rector-based, regex-based, so there's quite a few things. But for example, I don't think there is something for load model yet. So if you see it, I have in my sandbox still old legacy stuff of load model it's 9 matches. Yeah, so load model and then this language is find. This is deprecated because the property would be dynamically bound to the controller. You need to use more magic, which means up here you have a list of all the loaded models. So this is all very fragile because this is theoretically here, but not really proven to be here. If you don't have a load model call, PHP stand will still be happy because you have the annotation. So all of that is very easy to break and not really properly testable in that way, unless you actually execute all the tests and have really test coverage very high for everything. So if I wanted to really make this a fetch table to a local variable and to make sure this actually works, I could give it a command of this one. So clear. Replace all load model calls with modern fetch table in the source directory. Understand what to do. So don't just blindly replace it with regex space, but adjust also using local variables instead of a class property. The annotation at the top that we just talked about is then removable because it's only there because of the load model calls, right? If you do local variable assignment, you don't need the magic annotations at the top. If you give it that command, which is quite specific, it says in what kind of file, don't go to the plugins directories or anywhere else. I would assume it would actually be able to do that quite autonomously, very quickly. So let's see if it can. Remember, we had 9 matches in here of load model calls. So it looks like for all the load model calls in the source directory. And while this continues, we can look into it in a moment. But for now, maybe you have some questions. One sec.
Hello. Would you have some hints or recommendations on configuring CLUD for the terminal?
Say again?
In your configuration of CLUD for the terminal, would you have any recommendations or tips that you would like to share?
How to configure it? Yeah. Like there's a local CLUD.md file that you can put all of your coding styles, the way you want it to actually code. So you can put in, don't put too much comments in, like be very concise in the output. Don't use deprecated functions, use the latest and so on. So sometimes that helps to streamline it a little bit and to give it a clear way of how to do things. And you have either a global configuration in your users, it's a global configuration, or you have a project-specific configuration that would override or extend that further. You had a question?
Yeah.
Wait a sec, I think there's a microphone coming.
So we're using the generator for the PHP store ID metadata.
Yeah.
If I add something that, like you showed, that we can add our own annotations and then I use the generator again, I would lose those. Is there any good, those that I defined on my own, is there any way that I can keep those or?
Maybe I wasn't clear. So you're not manually adding the file. You're adding a new task to generate part of that file, and then you add it to the configuration. There's a stack in there, in the app custom IDE helper. Oh man, it's very small. Here you can add your tasks. So you have, if you look into here, you have a specific annotator. This is actually an override, but you can also just extend and add new tasks. And that would just add another block into that file, and it will always be regenerated properly. So that's how you're supposed to do it. You don't manually edit the meta file. Yeah. Let's look into quickly the result. Did it actually finish? Dip, 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 dip. All multiple blowups have been replaced. I don't find any load model calls anymore. And if I look into the diff, I can see that it removed the property at the top automatically, and it It's really hard to see on a small screen like that. Yeah, here. It fetched table into a tokens table and used the tokens table directly. So it resolved everything perfectly for me. Yeah. And this was running in the background while I didn't have to do like monitor it in any way. I could do something else. And I basically upgraded my code for free in the background. So that's also pretty handy. Okay.
Question from YouTube. Do you use system installed PHP inside IDE, or does it need access to the DDEV PHP executable?
If you have a plugin, can you repeat that question again?
Do you use system installed PHP inside IDE, or does it need access to the DDEV PHP executable?
Oh, well, ideally you do everything in DDEV, so you don't necessarily need PHP outside. Sometimes it's just quicker for like code sniffing to run from the outside. It doesn't need any specific stuff, so I'm doing that just because it's a bit quicker. But in general, everything runs inside of DDEV. Yeah, so I can probably, if I go to any tab here, Composer, CS check. I think I even have CSM modified, so it would only run over the classes we actually, oh, it doesn't have that, okay, cool. My other projects have that. But this is just a bit faster to run it from the outside. But most of the stuff, especially Composer PHP Stan, I would run always inside of the environment here. So Composer Stan, I would directly run in here. And here I also have this kind of shortcut, right, and stuff like that. And the fetch table also is green, so it didn't do any big mistakes in refactoring, as we can see. So that's also very kind of good to see and read about. Okay, any other questions?
Thank you. Okay, so before we get started again, I have some more giveaways. Raise your hand if you have not won an elephant with us yet. Anybody else? All right, if there's anybody else, come and see us, and we will first come, first serve. We'll give away as many as we can. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, all of our attendees. After this talk, we will be breaking for lunch, but I don't know what your favorite flavor of cake is, but I know that mine is chocolate, so I have been really, really looking forward to this next talk. Everybody, please welcome Dave Maybaum.
Hello? Yep. Okay, cool. Hey, Yeah, I'm Dave, and thanks for coming to my talk about chocolate cake PHP. I'm a web developer, and this is my my little side project for a PHP Storm plugin. And basically, it's like a a plugin for PHP Storm, like you might have for like Laravel or Symfony, like to get integration between the web framework and your IDE. Let's get started. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk a little bit about what it is, what Chocolate Cake PHP is, and how to install it and how to configure it. And then I'll do a demonstration to do just a little bit of web development with it to show you some of the features, and then questions if there's time. Okay, so yeah, what is it? It's, like I was telling you, it's a plugin for PHP Storm. It supports CakePHP 5, 4, 3, all the way back to CakePHP 2, which is when I started writing it. Basically the features are, it helps you to navigate between controllers and views and components and those kinds of things. And it does some auto completion. And it does have some basic, but it's basically more so around controllers and views. And I started implementing some plugin features for it, like supporting CakePHP plugins, but that support is not so great yet. And yeah, I'm still working on that. And actually the version I'm going to show you today is a development version. So I haven't released a new version in a while. It's been about a year, but I did develop some new features that I wanted to show. So I just asked if you see any bugs, then I ask for your forgiveness on that. So why would you want to use a framework plugin in your IDE? Basically, yeah, to get a better developer experience. CakePHP is an MVC framework, and so it kind of divides your code between your models, your views, and your controllers. And that's nice for an encapsulation kind of perspective, but then it kind of it gives you less of an integrated experience, right? And so a plugin kind of gives you back some of that integration with being able to navigate by you click on an element or whatever, an element call, and then you can go to an element, or you can go from the controller to the view with a keyboard shortcut. So that those kinds of things can really improve your workflow and improve your experience with doing that. Okay, and so I'm going to go into a demo, and I'm going to show you how to use Chocolate Cake PHP. And basically for the demo, I did a pretty simple CRUD website and using Cake 5 and SQLite. And it's very simple. It's just a drawing website. And there's two tables, dogs, and the dogs are just basically pictures, and then there's drawings. And so then the drawings are just drawings of the pictures, and I used a JS library to do some of the pictures, and I used pictures of my dog. And that was just something. It doesn't really have to do with my project. It's just kind of something I wanted to do. So I'll show you that, and I'll show you how to set up Chocolate Cake. Okay, so of course I don't have it started. Hold on. The perils of live demos. Something weird with the keyboard. No? Okay, all right. All right, oh wait, actually no, first I wanted to show you, I'll just show you the website. So yeah, this is the website that we're gonna modify. So these are just pictures of my dog, and I did some of these drawings, and I used my iPad to do some of these drawings, and they came out, I was kind of impressed with myself a little bit that, I'm not that great of an artist, but I liked the way that some of them came out. Yeah, we're just going to go through this. So I'll just show you, you can just add drawings and edit drawings and those kinds of things. So then you can just, draw there. All right. So yeah, now I'll show you the how to set up chocolate cake. So I did add a domain name you can go to chocolatecakepLugin.org. And yeah, this is an open source project. It's written in mostly in Kotlin, so it's like a descendant of the Java language. And you can go to this website and then you can install it directly to PHP Storm. But yeah, like I showed you, there's like a shorter chocolatecakepLugin.org if you want to go there, and you'll get to this website and then you can install it that way. Or you could go to the GitHub website from there if you want to contribute and try to build it. But it's not for the faint of heart, I guess, to try to do it, because you need like probably IntelliJ Ultimate. You could probably do it with Community Edition, but you need to make some modifications. And I hope to make it more amenable to contributions at some point. All right, so yeah, that's one way you can do it. Or the other way you can set it up is you can go to the, if you're in PHP Storm, you can go to the settings page and then go to plugins and then go to Marketplace. And then you can search for CakePHP or for chocolate CakePHP, and then that'll show up there. I've already had it installed, and as I was saying before, I installed like another version that's like a development version, so I can show you some other features. So that once you do that, then you'll see a menu show up here for chocolate CakePHP. And you don't really have to do too much configuration. Like I said, it supports back to like Cake 2. The Cake 2 support isn't like enabled by default. It's kind of just auto detects which cake you're using. If you're using Cake 3 or higher, it'll auto detect like the app namespace, and so you don't really have to like do anything too much to configure it. When you open a new project, this auto detect will be checked by default, and there is a little bit of overhead in that it'll like scan your composer JSON when you open a project to see if CakePHP is there, and then it'll enable itself if it sees the CakePHP is there. If you want to force enable it, or if it didn't work, or if you want to customize it, you can click force enable, and then you can edit some of the other settings here. Probably you don't need to change these. It's probably like really edge case kind of things where you'd want to change that. Or if you wanted to enable Cake 2 support, you could do that too, and you could have them both enabled at the same time. Maybe I've never tried it, but it could work. And then so yeah, I'll just go through some of the other settings that you can modify. There's also like your configuration for the data views, and you can use these to make JSON or XML or RSS views for your views in your controller. And so yeah, you can just add different things there like RSS or whatever. Yeah, the defaults are JSON and XML there. And then there's also, this is for Cake plugins. So yeah, like I was saying, I started on implementing some support for Cake plugins. I don't have too much there because I don't use them personally too much. Yeah, there is some support there where you can add some Cake plugins, and you'll get some features for Cake plugins. But yeah, there's not a lot. I still have to implement a lot more if I were going to support them fully. So there's that, and then there's also themes which are similar to plugins, except they have like a little less configuration for themes. So yeah, that's all the configuration that we're going to do. So I'll show you. I'll revert the website to where we can do some development on it. Okay. Okay, so this is the state that we're going to start with. And I'm just going to go to the dog view, and then I'm going to try to edit dog. And I'm going to get an error there. And you probably see this dozens of times a day when you're doing a CakePHP application, that there's a missing view. So I'm going to go and I'm going to try to fix that problem. So I'm going to go to the dogs controller, and I'm going to go to the edit action. And I just want to call your attention to this little document with the plus sign here. And that's coming from Chocolate CakePHP, that it's letting you know that this is a public action, and you can take some action here and I didn't find a view, so if you click there, a menu will come up, and you can create a view in this menu. You can go to the first option, which would be create default, so that's going to follow the CakePHP conventions to create it at dog/edit.php, or you can create a custom view, and then that's going to populate with the default, and then you can change it to whatever you want it to. It doesn't do anything with setting up your controllers to do that. There's very minimal magic there. It's just just going to create that file. So if you want to change the controller to actually render that view file, you're going to have to write the code to actually do that. So yeah, that's and you also saw there was a JSON view and XML view as well, which will create those in the default places for those as well. So yeah, but I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to do something else instead. I'm going to do a manual render at the bottom. And then what you'll see there is that there's a little cake icon that came up there. And this is kind of a common pattern in PHP Storm and other JetBrains applications, where you'll have a little gutter icon there that will show up when it sees something that you can take some action at some sort of function call or whatever. So it sees here that this is a render call, so that you can go to that view. And if you look up at the edit action, it also changed over there, so I can navigate to the view by clicking either of those icons. All right, so now we're navigating to the view, so let's go back to the website and see if it's rendering. Okay, so it's great. So now it's rendering the add view on the edit action, right? But one thing here is that this is the edit action, but we don't see the image, the dog image, right? So let's do that next. Let's change to add the dog image there. So I'm going to add some code here, and I'm going to check if we're in the edit mode, and there's already a variable called isEdit. And I'm going to close that and if, okay. And yeah, I just wanted you to notice, I did, and I think you can get that completion in other ways, but actually this completion is coming from Chocolate Cake instead. It's actually looking at the controller, seeing that you did this set compact isEdit, and then it's copying that into here and completing from there. Yeah, so so that's one of the features that I added recently. So I'm going to render the image. So I'm also going to get the dog helper, and that's another thing that it's also looking to see. Okay, you're in a view, and this is going to be an app view, and you have this dog helper. So I'm going to populate this with the dog helper. So it's automatically pulling in my namespace and the dog. Yeah, so you can do that in other ways by using the doc comments, but this is doing it kind of a little more dynamically. So then I'm going to get the dog preview image, which is a method there, and render the dog. Okay, and then I'm going to look back over here. Oh, and I screwed up forgot to close the PHP tag. Great. So yeah, we're rendering the preview image there. And I just want to call your attention as well to that we can navigate to the dog preview image. I just did Control B there, which is the keyboard shortcut to navigate to the dog preview image. And then I'll go back. And also we can rename that method if you want to. You could rename it to preview image, since maybe it's a bit redundant as dog preview image. And then you can go back and, but that's kind of that's not really coming from Chocolate Cake PHP. That's a benefit you get when PHP Storm knows the type of what that function is. So yeah, that's just a feature that's just gravy that you get on top. Okay, and so now another thing I want to do is I want to go back to the controller, and there's a little floating menu here with the different browsers that you can preview, and there's also a cake icon. And if I hover over it, it says toggle controller /view. So if I click there, it's going to pull up a menu, because I'm actually in the add view, and I added a render call from the edit action. So there's actually two possible destinations from this view file which I could go to. So I could go back to the edit action, or I could go to the add action. And I wanted to go to the add action, so I go back there. And now I'm back in at the render call that was there, which is where that connection to the view is created, right? And I can also do a keyboard shortcut to go back there. So I could do Alt, Shift, Control, Home. It's a really complicated keyboard shortcut, and I apologize for that. But that's like the best I could do actually at this moment, because there's actually another built-in keyboard shortcut that I want to use, which is Control, Alt, Home, but that requires like a different API or something. So like I haven't implemented that part yet. But so yeah, I'm just adding Shift to that built-in keyboard combination, and I hope in the future I can implement that shorter keyboard shortcut. But you can basically like toggle back and forth between those two places with that keyboard shortcut. All right, and yeah, and you're also able to like rebind that shortcut in the key map. So I'll just show you where that, you can just search in the settings for key map, and then toggle controller/view, and it shows up there. And so you could add another keyboard shortcut there if you want, but there's a lot that are already built in, so good luck trying to find one. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to show you for that. So the next thing I'll show is for the drawings, editing that as well. And I screwed something up because that's not supposed to work. Hold on. Drawings controller. Oh, okay. No, maybe I clicked the wrong place. Sorry. Yeah, so okay, same thing. Now we're in the drawings controller. Before we did the drawings controller. Now the drawings controller, similarly, the edit is not set up. And so I'm going to come over here to the drawings controller, and I'm going to click on the menu, and I'm going to create the default this time. So that automatically created that edit view. So yeah, let's just see what happens. Okay, so now it's just empty. All right. But I'm going to go back. I'm going to copy the add again. So I'm going to use this keyboard shortcut to go back. Then I'm going to navigate to the add method. I'm going to go to the add action. I'm going to select everything. I'm going to copy it. Go back to edit. Go back to the add action. Paste. I'm going to change that from make a drawing to edit a drawing, and then from create drawing to save drawing. All right, so we have something showing up. It's showing the drawing editor. It's not showing this particular drawing, so that's another thing we'll have to change. And that's going to happen in this drawing editor element. And the way this works is this is just dealing with data URLs. So like, there's a way you can represent images as just like a string, and then give them to an image tag, and then the browser will render them. And so that's the way that's working. It's really kind of just storing your drawing in the database that way. So what I'm going to do is just check is edit again. And then I have a little thing here because I forget this one. So I have a little thing here for that. So yeah, this is just making a hidden element for the original image. So when we're in edit mode, we're going to see we're going to have this hidden input that has the image as a string, and you do get code completion here also for the image as well. But that yeah, I didn't implement actually it's not connecting to the database to do that. That's just coming from the doc comments. I haven't implemented like the database integration for that. So that's the first part. And then we have like a little JavaScript function that I have to add down here. And that will read that hidden input and then copy that data into the canvas so that we can see it being rendered. Okay, great. Not the best drawing. But yeah, so that part's working. And I just wanted you to notice that when I click over here, that I'm in the element, right? And it's actually reaching back and saying what views call this element. And there's the add view and the edit view for the drawings controller. And it's actually, so it has a level of integration that way where it's keeping track of all the views that are using the elements. And so you can navigate between the elements and the views. So I can go back to the edit view and then also back to the controller from there to get back over here. And actually, the is edit that I had completion for in the element was actually coming from the controller as well. So it actually goes like to read the controller variables also get passed through to the element, and the completion also reaches through there as well. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show you for as far as like the editing. And the other thing I want to do is there's like this rating here. So this is actually, it looks like it's a rating for the image, but it's actually a rating for the drawing. This one is pretty poor. It's probably not B2. It should probably be lower. But yeah, so but I'm going to go back to the home page, and I'm going to add a list of the top rated drawings, and then I'm going to do a custom finder for that. So I'm going to go, there's a homepage controller. And then I'm going to grab the drawings. I'm not going to get all of them, actually. I want to do something different. But I'm going to put my cursor on the fetch table, and then I'm going to do Control B, and it's going to take me to the drawings table. And then I'm going to go to the end, and then I have a little cheat sheet for this as well, because, yeah, I might forget that too, and it helps. Anyway. So yeah, I have a custom finder there for finding the top rated. It's basically going to get the top rated drawings. It's going to contain the dogs. Each dog has many drawings, so it's going to get that dog information, and it's going to order by the rating to get the highest rated first, and then it's going to limit to 6 of them. So I'm just going to go back, and then I'm going to try to invoke I did control space there to do completion, and it has completion for basically the default custom finder, the default finders, and then it has my custom finder there as well. So it's actually like looking at the table and then seeing the custom finders and then adding them there automatically. Okay, and then I'm going to set drawings there, and I'm going to go to the view. I'm going to add the top rated. I'm going to do a UL for that. I'm going to get the image, right? I'm going to add an alt tag because I'm nice. Drawing of and then, yeah, I want the dog name as well. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay, it looks a little janky because the images are kind of huge. I do have some CSS, so I'm going to use the HTML helper to pull in some CSS. And you can see I get completion there for one of the things that I was going to use for that. And I think and let me just refresh my memory. So I'm going to go here and do Control B to go to the CSS, which is another completion feature you get. And I can see that there's an A tag, which I omitted, but there's also an image tag and a P tag. So I'm going to go back and add the drawing list. And see what, okay, yeah. So that did the CSS to make it look a little better. And okay, and then there's just one more thing I wanted to show you, which is I'm going to show you a little API. So I'm going to show like getting like a JSON object for this view. So we're just going to get the ID, the name, and like the top rated drawings query that I did, but we're going to do it for this object. So I'm just going to go to back to the dogs controller to do that, because that was in the dog view. And then I'm going to go to the dog view. View. And so I'm going to get the dog. No, dogs, drawing. No, the drawings, right. Top rated, right. And then I'm going to get that where the dog ID is equal to the dog ID, and then I want all of those. And that's not dog, that's, that's the dog. But it's, I'm going to get the top rated query, all right. And, let's just see what that is. Okay, that's okay, but it's a little, has like, a lot of stuff in there. So I'm going to do a little bit of filtering. I have like some thing for that. So I'm just using a map there to basically remove the image from there, so it's a little shorter. So let me just see what that looks like. I screwed something up, I think. Or, I don't know. Oh, I just didn't exit. Okay, yeah, it looks fine. And then, as far as to test the API, I'm just going to use this little feature of PHP Storm. They have like these HTTP files, and basically it just has like an HTTP request in it. And I'm just passing the accept JSON there. You know what? This is not going to work. I just remembered, but yeah, let's do it. Okay, yeah, it didn't work because I forgot a step. I forgot to actually make the JSON view. So let's go back over here, and I'm going to hover over the cake icon, and it says click to navigate to view file or control click to create. So if you already created a view, but you want to go back to that menu I showed you before, you can control click it. And then I'm going to create the JSON view. All right, what was it? Step 7. I had like a, okay, yeah. That was my little thing. And then you can see there also that this top rated is being read from the controller. If I were to rename it something else, then it gets underlined, like you would in Microsoft Word, like, oh, I don't understand this variable. So yeah, it's reading the controller as well to understand those variables. So let me run it again. Okay, yeah, so that's working. It's showing the name and then the top drawings with the top-rated drawing at the front. Okay, so yeah, that's everything I had to show you guys for my plugin. If you get a chance, and you use it and you find problems with it, please feel free to open some issues on GitHub, and tell me what your problems are. There's some issues there. I look at them, and hopefully I'll look at releasing the version I demoed here today soon. And there's just a couple of bugs I got to work out before that. So that's it. Thanks a lot.
Is there any questions?
Oh yeah, any questions?
Okay, awesome. We will break for lunch.
Great.
Okay, welcome back. We are live in Madrid for CakeFest 2025. Thank you to all of our attendees here and our virtual attendees. And a special thanks to our sponsors once again, CakeDC, Passbolt, Mark Software, SwiftCode's API, and CUDIP. Thank you so much for making all of our events possible. We can't wait to keep working with all of you. If you are watching virtually, make sure you are posting hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP, and especially once you have your cake ready, we would love to see it here and interact with you, and we are excited to have our cake ceremony as well. So make sure you stay along for the ride all throughout the day. Let's get going with our next speaker from the CakeDC team. Everyone please welcome Florencio Hernandez.
Hello everyone, I'm very excited to be here at CakeFest 2025 to share something with you I've been experimenting over the last 6 months. Today we're going to explore how to bring together two worlds that when we combine it can truly multiply the value of our applications. The structure and the power of CakePHP and the endless possibilities of artificial intelligence. So the goal of this talk is simple. It's just to show you how we can integrate AI into our CakePHP projects and why doing so we can make a real difference. This is not a session about theory or complex mathematical models. It's about something much more easy, much more practical, how we as developers can start using AI right now in our projects. But first of all, let me, sorry. Okay, sorry, I have to change the laptop this morning so quickly. But first of all, let me introduce myself. This is my second year in CakeFest. I'm Florencio Hernandez from Canary Island here in Spain. And I work as a project manager and a developer in CakeDC. Before joining the company, I was working in a different position from consultancy to development, using proprietary software and also open source software such as CakePHP to provide solutions to my clients, especially to the hospitality and tourism industry. So let's get started. Why this topic? Because, of course, we are at an turning point. CakePHP has given us a modern, lightweight foundation ready for PHP 8.3 plus. And AI is no longer the future, it's a present. So the combination is powerful. We can automate repetitive tasks, improve the user experience, and create new types of digital products. Think of it as bringing intelligence into your application, not replacing humans, but amplifying what we can do as developers. Okay? So let's start with a quick reality check. What does AI means today? As I said before, AI is no longer the future. It's an everyday tool. When we talk about AI today, we are not talking about sci-fi, we are talking about tools we already use every day. AI is present in our phones, in our code editors, in our browsers, in the search engines. It boosts productivity, but it doesn't replace people. It helps them to focus on creativity and problem solving, right? So we use AI to analyze data, to generate content, to automate repetitive tasks, and make better decisions faster. So, and the best part of the APIs makes this power accessible to every developer. So you don't need to train a model anymore. You just need to call one model. So for developers, that means we can embed intelligence directly into our applications to summarizing data, assisting users, automating workflows with just an API call. So, and that's exactly what we explored in this session, how to bring AI into CakePHP in a practical and responsible way. So, well, when we combine CakePHP and AI, we get the best of both worlds. So CakePHP provides the foundation, the structure, the validation, and a powerful ORM that keeps our data consistent and our code clean. And in the other hand, AI brings reasoning, summarization, and understanding, because it can interpret this unstructured data, extract meaning, and even generate insights. So together we can create a new type of applications, one that's not only well-built, but also intelligent. So to get a simile, to bring you a simile, CakePHP is a skeleton, and AI is a brain. So what can actually build with this combination? Here we have a couple of samples. For example, upload a document, and the AI reads the document, generates a summary or structured data. Build a customer support chatbot directly inside a web portal, analyze images or for quality control or compliance, also recommend content or products dynamically, and automatically generate reports or documents. So these are not futuristic ideas. These are already being used in production by companies that just plug AI into their existing services. So let's look at how this fits together, right? We can start using a request in CakePHP, for example, uploading a file or sending a message. We have the controller that receives that request, validates it, and passes to a service layer, where we build our logic to connect with AI. And the service calls to the AI API, sends the relevant content or data, and receives the response, usually in an structured JSON. And we parse the response, store it in our database, and render the output in CakePHP view. It's all CakePHP. The only external piece is the AI API itself. So we are working in CakePHP. But let's go one level deeper. CakePHP includes an updated client. We make it super easy to connect to external APIs. So in this code snippet, we can see a real example of calling the OpenAI API. We are sending a prompt, in this case, a request to summarize a piece of text, and receiving a JSON response. So that's it. With this small piece of code, we can add summarization, translation, classification, or any kind of reasoning directly into our application logic. Of course, the using AI comes with responsibilities. First of all is manage your API cost, because each request has a cost. So you should be strategic about what you send and when. Second, protect data privacy. Make sure you comply with GDPR or your local regulations. Avoid sending sensitive information to external services unless it's absolutely necessary. And third, handle errors gracefully and retrieve, fallbacks, and logging. And finally, use AI responsible. Always verify the outputs, especially when the results are part of a business process, because AI is not always tell you the truth, or it does always tell you a good response, right? So now we will see a demo. We have a couple different examples. We will see two examples to summarize information from a given news. This is a more simple example using an approach similar to the snippet I showed you before. Then we will see another demo extracting the data from a presentation, making a summarize of the information. And the third one will be to use cases to extract data from an invoice. Okay? So let's go. Let me try to see it here. Okay. Okay. So I have a simple application with CakePHP 5, and we have two controllers, one for a simple request, and another one for a more complex request, because we will use the file uploads, etc. So the simple request, we will need to provide, to use the API, we need to provide a system role content that we need to set to tell the AI how or in the position, in what position should we stay. Okay, you are an assistant and you need to do that, right? And the prompt. The more difficult to define here is the prompt, because you need to try a lot of times to get a good prompt to retrieve the data from the API, right? I have a few prompts here to do this demo. So the first one, simple API call. The API will be an expert assistant generating clear and concise executive summaries. Example 1. And the prompt will be this. We will tell the AI, please create a clear and concise executive summary of this news, and we will pass a big, extensive news. It's a custom news, okay? I have another example, right? But I want to show you how many time it takes to send the response. So, well, it's too big. Okay, and this is a prompt. Okay, we save it. And now we can generate the response. So now we are creating, we are using the same code as we show you in the slide, and we ask the AI about this. And it will take a few seconds. Okay. And this is the response, right? So this is the summary of the entire notice. Okay. It's just a second, less than a minute, and we have a summary of a huge news. Probably if we read all the news, we spend more time than the AI providing the summary. Right, so next case will be with another news. This is from Spain, right? So someone likes soccer, football? Yeah. I hope you enjoy the Real Madrid because, well, this is a news from this morning. It's in Spanish, right? And I sent to the AI, please create a summary in English of this news, right? So the AI get the news, the text, translate into English, and provide a summary in English. Oh, should be. Okay. And that's it. And here we have the summary in English of the news. Disney, right? So right now we are using two use cases. We are translating to English, and we are summarize a text. So it's a simple use case, but it's powerful to use in some applications, right? Well, now I will show you the other tests. This is more complex at code level because we cannot send the file directly when we ask the AI, at least to the OpenAI, right? We are using OpenAI API. So we need to create the file, then create an assistant, create a thread, and run the system to use this file and extract the information and do everything we want, right? So, sorry, because I am very slow with this laptop because I don't know how it's, okay. Well. I think, okay. Okay, the first test is to send a presentation. I will send this presentation and create a summary of this presentation. I will send the presentation in a PDF format. Well, we can see the prompt later. So demo 1, the prompt, and I will select the, oh, let me see. Okay. The presentation. Okay. We will generate the summary of this presentation. It takes a little bit longer because we are sending the file and the other things, right? But we have here the summary. The presentation discusses leveraging CakePHP and AI integration to boost application, blah, 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 blah. So he takes all the presentation and creates a summary. And now here we can see the prompt is more complex because we need to tell the AI, please extract the following information from the document if available. And then we need to specify what what fields we need to extract or what information we need to extract. We need to provide some tips about the fields. In this case, this is when I ask for the title, I need to say, okay, the title, not the file name, because in some cases, the AI send you directly the file name. So, well, then we provide the structure of the JSON, and we remark as important all extract information. This is explicitly written in the document. Do not infer or guess. Do not invent data, because if you don't tell the AI, don't invent, it will be an invent, for sure, right? I try with a lot of documents in a lot of languages, and using this, not this, another application, but a model like this, I send a document in German, and it provides a name from Brazil. So, totally missing. Okay. But this is the result. Next demo, next sample will be with invoice 1, for example. Okay. Let me download the invoice. Well, we have 2 different invoices and 2 different kind of demo, but this invoice is from an open API. Is my invoice, the open API, right? And the prompt here we will use is this one. Okay. We need to extract the vendor, the invoice number, the invoice date, the amount without the VAT, and the VAT amount. Okay. Okay. Well. And this is the same approach. We are using the same approach here. This is not the most interesting, I think, but okay. And we have here the response is a OpenAI, the invoice number, invoice date, the base amount, and the 0 because I don't have the button in my area. Well, next one is the same. I will use the same prompt with I think more complex invoice. I will show you the invoice. This is another invoice. It's mine. Well, this is an invoice in Spanish. It's from a vendor from Canary Island. This is the battery of my UPS because they died last week. And my computer today, so I'm very happy. And we need to extract, we want to extract this data, okay, from this invoice. Okay. Thinking. It's a little bit complex, but I'm using the same prompt. So next example will be with a different prompt, and I will show you a couple tips to generate the right data. So now we have the prompt, and the result here is the number of the invoice, the vendor, and also, well, I have a duplicated. I don't know why. Maybe I added twice. Okay, and the base amount and the VAT. Okay. And the last one, the last example, we will use the same invoice. Invoice 3, but we will change the prompt to show you how we can change the approach or the information to extract, just changing the prompt. Okay, we don't need to change any of the code. Okay. Okay. In this case, we will extract the same data, but we are also extract the data from the items, right? This is an example that a lot of companies, at least here in Spain, is a good approach for them because the sustainability to reduce the paper, the use of paper, and also to have a digital repository with the documents, the invoices, right? So here we have the prompt is different because we added here the item, the description, etc. And in the JSON, we add here the items and the information about each item. And here we have the response and also the item, Salicru battery, blah, 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 the quantity, 2 batteries, and another item that is the transport, okay? And the amount of the transport, right? I think this is very interesting because a lot of people use the OCR to scan the invoices, and you need to, sometimes you need to tell the OCR, well, this field is here, this field is here, but with this, you don't need to tell the model, this field is here, this field is here. You just need to say, okay, give me the lines, the items, and provide this information for each item, right? So this is a demo, and let me, okay. So as a conclusion, right? CakePHP is modern and scalable. We have all the structure. We have the security inside the CakePHP. The AI integration is simpler than we think. It's just to call an API, so it's very simple. And the AI empower us as developers and do not replace us. Okay. We can use the API to improve our applications instead of replace development with the API. And this is useful to create fast, smart, and secure applications in the future. But the future is now. So, okay, so this is all I want to share with you today. I want to ask you a question. Maybe you are thinking to apply to use the AI in your next project. So I love to discuss with you in the next networking about the use of API in your projects and to share some approach. So thank you. I hope you are enjoying the CakeFest, and let's see in the meeting. No.
How expensive is like each one of those requests?
These ones I put 10 euros last week, and I think I spent during the process through the test, all the stuff, maybe less than €1. So each request is not very expensive. It depends on the tokens you use, because if you need to send a lot of information, maybe you have to split the information, but it's not very expensive. But if you are using intensely, you have to manage your costs, for sure.
Can you use web rights in the CakePHP system?
What? Sorry?
Using web rights to sensitive data or something. Can you implement that in CakePHP or just with AI?
I don't understand, sorry. Spanish, yeah.
Spanish and you
Yeah, don't worry.
Puedes usar los guardarraíles, que son los bloqueadores de datos sensibles de la IA, que tienen los agentes de IA, puedes implementarlos en CakePHP como antes de sacar la respuesta, bloquear determinados datos sensibles que haya podido.
Okay. You can use all the things that the AI API provides. So if you have this method in the API, you can use it. So, and also you can create your own model. You can do a lot of things, of course. This is only using the ChatGPT. Yeah. But it's powerful. You can do a lot of things with the chat.
Using your own models and database of your project with this AI?
Yeah, you can create your own model, train your model, and use it. And use it. Well, it's not a model, it's just an agent, but it's the same, more or less. Yeah. Any question? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have a few more talks, and then we are going to go right into our cake ceremony. So we have become pretty close with this next speaker, and we like to brag on him a lot because he's one of us, but he's also developed for NASA, so that's pretty cool. And like now he's one of our friends, so that's awesome. But everybody, please welcome Umar Salman.
Is it on? Good. Cool. Hi. Oh.
Yeah, that way. Back.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm Umar Salman. I've been working with CakePHP since I started at my current position at Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, Texas in 2021. We're a small group of 3, but we work on about 60 different applications supporting NASA and European Space Agency spacecraft, doing different applications for data analysis and support software. So our group has been working with CakePHP since the pretty early days. And so with that, we're always looking for how to improve how we do things. But across all these applications and being such a small team of just 3, it's easy to like get lost. And so obviously you want to do the best practices for everything. But if you spend your time doing all that, you lose the time to actually develop what you're actually trying to do. And that's ultimately what your customers want. And so I'd like to present like progressively improving your CakePHP applications through power-ups. And so obviously the list is endless, but I want to cover a few that we've gone through recently and how I feel those might be applicable to some of the things that y'all do as well. And so the 3 I want to cover are logging, data queries, and WebAssembly. So in terms of logging, you can kind of think of these as like Pokemon cards, and each has like its own evolution path, and you can always choose what works for you and then evolve or change later if your application scales. There's no need to solve something that's so far down the line because you might not need it. And so in terms of logging, like everything, there's a spectrum. Obviously, increasing the capabilities increases what you're able to do, but it's important to think back on what you actually need. And so if you have 10 users, you don't need the things that an app with 1 million users needs. So the first one is the standard CakePHP log files. You're probably pretty familiar with these, and these are just the logs that go in the logs folder. But they're kind of a lot. These are just the logs from the demo that was from yesterday, and just from that, say we want to actually find an error of something we did, we have to search here, and then we have to like look and be like, oh, here, this comes from our SRC. Line 177. That's pretty lame and difficult to use and read. But there are better ways. And so one of those better ways is Mark Scherer's database log. And so this is a plugin that Mark has made that compiles those logs to a database. And so then you can query that and see that on your front end, like say in an admin console, and that would solve the issue of just trying to parse through a giant log file, and also permissions and things that you may not even be able to access those files on the web server that you're running on. And then it compiles logs of the same, or errors of the same type together as well. And so it's definitely a step up from just reading error_log. But maybe you don't want to plug in and would rather do something simple on the server that puts all the logs together, which is kind of what I want to do, or wanted to do. And so just like a central place to just go. And so I found one called Log Happens, and you just point it at all the files, and it just does a like a parsing of that. And so it already had CakePHP 4 on it as a parser. So I just did that for 5, and you can see our giant number of applications that are on our dev setup. And what's nice about it is it highlights the actual line of codes that are where your problem came from, and you can ignore all the ones that are probably not you. And so this way I can go straight to copy date line 16 and be able to find where is reverse got lost. And so stuff like that, fairly convenient. But so many teams probably find that sufficient for what they need. But what if we had more context on what actually went wrong? And so that's where some of these large ones like Sentry come in. And so I'm going to go to this one and then come back. And so for Sentry, I know multiple folks here use it or work at Sentry. And so it seems really nice to be able to see what broke, why, and more about it. And then it also has where like the user can submit feedback and bug reports and things of that nature. And so you can see if queries are performing well, and not just like in your CakePHP, but also in your other programming languages and environments, and have them all kind of come together. So it's more like total app improvement than just here's my logs, I just want to fix the errors. And so Kevin Pfeiffer has a plugin for connecting CakePHP to Sentry, which works great. However, I tried Sentry, and I found it pretty overwhelming. And like, if our team were bigger, or we had thousands of users rather than like, the max 12 at a time, then I'm sure that it would be fairly useful or extremely useful. But definitely overkill for what I was looking for. And so I looked for something more streamlined, and I came upon one called Glitch Tip. And so this one is kind of like a better version of the Log Happens one. And so essentially I have the applications that we have. And so I have one of these running just in a container on the dev environment, as well as one of these running in a container on that the production can connect to, but is not exposed outside. And similar to the other one, it shows you where in your code your error warning or deprecation happened, and actually shows in the code the specific place that caused it. And so this is super helpful because you just go there and fix it. So in this case, it was just copied code that had not named parameters that it doesn't need to, and so that's a deprecation. So we can just go ahead and fix it. And then, it uses the Sentry API as well. And so you actually get kind of the same, it's the same amount of work on your end, which is pretty convenient because, again, Kevin has the plugin. And so you just put that in there, and we have it in our CI pipeline that it fills the env variables with the specific release or commit, and then the post URL. And so then whether it's production or development, you can tell and see if something has been resolved since you got started, or since the error was last seen. And so, other options may fit that workflow better, or your workflow better. But what's more important is finding like what you're comfortable setting up and maintaining. Additionally, there's other ways to power up your CakePHP application in like the queries themselves. So one query that we had, it doesn't really matter the code specifically, but essentially we have very large tables that have a lot of spacecraft data, and they have epochs that are just date timestamps, but they're like date times 6, and we have like what sensor they're from and where the data source was, and so that table gets to hundreds of millions of rows pretty quick. And we kind of naively had where we would search that because we're putting these into Plotly plotting software, but nobody can actually see that many points, so there's no point sending that much data back. And so we decimate the data by just taking the first point, the last point, and then sampling over the middle. We used to use a group by in order to like force it to use an index because we had a fields ID and the epoch, and so we had an index on that. But unless we forced it to use the index, then it would end up going really slow. But then recently, Mark Story mentioned this yesterday, but now there's optimizer hint, which would solve that scenario, which is pretty cool. But we can surely do better. And so the docs are a little lacking on this, but one thing I stumbled upon actually from the GitHub issues and the pull requests was and Mark's blog actually about windowing functions and common table expressions is common table expressions, which was something I was completely unfamiliar with. But when I read up on them, then I was like, wait, that sounds like what we need in this scenario. So now what we do is we have the base query that separates out just the subset of data that we need, and then we can do that same operation on getting the first, the last, and sampling the middle, but on a much smaller temporary table that doesn't actually exist, but does exist in our case, or in this query process. And it makes it much easier and, more importantly, faster. Because we do this on many fields we do this function over and over on many fields, and we can't memoize or cache this kind of query because the user is able to set up filters and windowing functions. And so there's just so many operations that it wouldn't be worth it to cache this kind of data. And so this is currently where we're at, which is pretty satisfying. However, there's another step that I think would be super beneficial to us. So Google led me to believe that Postgres is better for data than the MariaDB that we were using. And it might be, but just in my immediate attempt of just copying over data to Postgres and running the same thing, it came out the same. And so that wasn't really that helpful. However, I found that Postgres has a function called filter that, based on this, it becomes a lot simpler, and the entire query is able to be handled just from the one request. I haven't gotten to verifying this actually returns the proper data and it's actually doing the sampling the way I want and handling windowing functions and whatnot. But it certainly seems useful for time series data. Additionally, there's a plugin to Postgres called TimescaleDB, which you can run in a container that's even more optimized for time series data by allowing you to set up hypertables which lets you partition your data, for example, over like days. And so then it's almost like deprioritizing older records. And so if you have a temperature sensor that, say it's just the thermostat here, you don't really care what the specific values were last year. You much more care about how it changed today. And so it can actually like average out points as they get older in time automatically. So you still have record, but not as fine-grained. And so you're saving a lot of storage and overhead by being more streamlined. And so that's pretty cool. If someone has used it, that would be awesome to know about, but I have not currently implemented it in our production environment. So moving on to other stuff. This one is, there's a couple of new other things that I think are very cool to extend CakePHP applications. And some of them are like on the horizon. They may not be used much yet, but I see them becoming something pretty interesting. So the first one is PyScript. And essentially, it runs on WebAssembly or WASM, and it lets you ship stuff to the client's web browser and runs it there, which is super cool because the scientists often write code in all kinds of languages, whatever they know. So we'll get stuff in Python, IDL, C++, Fortran, and so much more. And sometimes those Python scripts aren't even that big, but it's still like something that, as a software developer, I don't want to go and rewrite it in, JavaScript, for example, because the Python works great, and I know it's, validated and tested. And so if I could ship that Python, would be even better. What we used to do, way back was we used to just eval the Python on the server, but that is bad because that means you're evaling code on your own server that you can't really verify, and it just opens the door to a lot of potential security problems. And so you can wrap it in process, Symfony process, which is much better, but it's still not great. And so what we've done in the past is we wrapped them in containers and have them on another system and have the queuing queue to call the Python application and send back the response. But for something like a calculator, that seems way overkill. And so in this case, this is it's a calculator between two reference frames kind of thing where think of like XYZ coordinates to, they're called quaternions, but basically it solves some issues of like when there's like zeros in those. And so that's what a lot of like 3D space kind of applications use. And the scientists often just need a calculator to go back and forth. And so you can see on the bottom here, this is it running in our application. And because it's running in WebAssembly, we actually just shipped it to the browser. And so you'll notice when I loaded this, then these input fields were grayed out. So I'm going to reopen it. And we can actually see what it does. So open it here. Then you'll see they're grayed out because Python is currently loading and installing the pip packages that it needs. And so it loads micropip. Then in this case, I need NumPy. So it loads in NumPy. Looks like it finished that. And then it finished loading the external script. And now we have live inputs that never go back to the server. And so they're super quick because they're running on WebAssembly in Chrome itself. And this works completely on any browser that you have, whether it's desktop, mobile, or like even a smart TV. They all have implemented WebAssembly at this point. And so you can do everything that you would want to do in it, and have like error validation and stuff like that, and you don't have the dangers of opening your web application, or even just the traffic that you don't need to your web application when it can just come here. We've also done this, as Kevin talked about earlier, with a Julian date conversion type of thing, but it's the exact same idea where we just ship the Python that does it along with the template. And so you can see this is generated from the CakePHP form helper, but I just pasted the raw HTML here. And all I did was inputs with IDs. So I called it quaternion 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the Euler ones, 1, 2, 3. And right here, I have the only thing I really need is a config file and the Python file itself. The config file, super simple. Just the name, description, and any packages that you need from pip. And as long as they're like kind of the standard library-ish ones, it'll just load them. And then there's a package in the Python side, PyScript, where you can import document and fetch. And now you have JavaScript style development inside Python. So I have document.querySelector, and I select those IDs. And based on those operations, where I call the quaternion function, I can then input back and forth between JavaScript as if I'm writing JavaScript without having to actually have done that with the base code. So as I mentioned, here's like what it looks like actually running in the application. This one in this instance is for Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which is currently orbiting the moon. And yeah, I mean, this one seems pretty handy. I could see it being used for all kinds of jobs you want to dispatch somewhere else. But how did we get to being able to have Python running on the client as a web browser? That's through a technology called WASM, which is WebAssembly. And actually one last thing on here. So you can see using the form helper, it's literally just you put the files in the web root, those two, Python and the toml config file, and then you can just call them with CakePHP, this URL web root, and you're pretty much done. So that's pretty handy. But yeah, so how do we get here? We got here through WebAssembly, which is allows you to take code like C, Rust, C++, and it goes through this intermediate representation, which you can then dispatch to wherever you want. So imagine having like a Cake application in one place, and you have these little executables running on Arduinos distributed wherever you want, and they're running their own small WebAssembly container that then feeds back to the main application. There's other ways of doing this, such as with Docker, but the problem is with Docker, you have kind of a lot of overhead for just being that kind of thing, where you just want to send back and forth. And then back on the PHP front, that means we can also run applications. So there's a project I found called Endor, and it lets you start an entire LAMP stack within your web browser, running using WebAssembly. And so you can add in services. So you can stick on Redis, Rabbit, whatever you want, Postgres, and attach your local folder to it. Now you can't run like Composer, but you can run Composer on your local machine and attach to the folder, and that works just fine. Similarly, you can visit PHPMyAdmin in each of these individual services. And I see this being really interesting for like things we can do, because imagine like all the plugins that we have, if we could just have like a try me button on the GitHub for them, and it just pulls up a Cake thing, kind of like Mark Scherer's CakePHP sandbox, where people can just try it and see, is this actually what I want to implement in my, or attach this plugin in my CakePHP application? They would be able to just do it locally and even try just connecting to Redis or other systems that they may already have. Yeah, and the way I got here actually was because we have a lot of like testing chambers at Southwest Research Institute, and one of the things we want to do is get the data from those testing chambers, like thermal vacuum chambers, into the same CakePHP application, because we already get the instrument data there. And so if we could cross-compare the test chamber with what the response is, then we can get a lot more data analysis. But we probably don't want to just stick PHP on the server that's running, or the computer that's running like the big testing chambers, just because, like, you know, there's so many things that can go wrong, and we don't want to bog it down. Like, why do that? And then so we can do some kind of Python wrapper and Rabbit or something. But WebAssembly almost seems like a better solution. And you can actually use these with Docker as well. So Docker has an integration with WebAssembly as well. Additionally, there's some other tools that have been built out, like this Fermion spin, which is kind of like AWS Lambda functions, but in a web container, so you can just dispatch off a specific small task somewhere else in any kind of programming language. And since they're sent off, they work offline, so you don't need Amazon Web Services or anything like that. So if these were working and tying to CakePHP and other applications, I think that would be super useful. So if someone has already done this or has cool use cases, I'd love to know about them. And so with that and containers, I feel like there's a whole lot of new development with being able to move software around wherever it's best suited for. On that same note, Mark Story also mentioned FrankPHP, which is now supported under the main PHP Foundation. And that it's a web server that's like Nginx or Apache, but more streamlined for PHP applications, because it allows things like early response, so you can have the long SQL calls continue continue on while you send over the front end stuff that doesn't need to know that info yet. There's also ones like native PHP, which lets you ship PHP applications, kind of like how like Electron does with the JavaScript environment. And with WebAssembly as well, it's like the year of Linux on the desktop. Sorry, PHP on the desktop. And so, yeah, there's lots of cool stuff going on, and ways to improve your app. And some of them are built, some of them are not. So I've mentioned this before, but one of the problems that I've faced is I need a date time picker that supports like nanoseconds and like higher resolutions of things. And pretty much all the JavaScripty ones only support like minutes or maybe seconds. But there was one in jQuery that did work. And so we still have jQuery just because we want the date time picker still. And so, so with AI tools, ChatGPT, I basically had to generate a base for a date time picker that that does support those things, and it also supports day of year, which is more helpful than like month, day, year for our cases. And then after that, I worked out some bugs, and so what's left is to tie it into Form Helper so that I can have it just kind of a drop-in replacement for the previous one and take out jQuery and jQuery UI and these over 10-year-olds unmaintained plugins. And so those are kind of the main ones that we've been working on in the last year a bit. And so I wanted to mention a couple other ones. As I mentioned before, there's the web server one, which is pretty new and now part of PHP Foundation, FrankenPHP. But as I mentioned before, I feel like everything is like, you work in steps. Don't try and go for like the things that like Netflix or Google have done, because odds are your application is not as demanding as those. And so, in a lot of cases, we just use Apache. But then in other ones, we've transitioned to using Nginx, which I've found to be simpler once you have it working, whereas Apache like supports everything, which we generally don't need. Caddy is actually what FrankenPHP is built on. I had personally had trouble getting FrankenPHP to work, right? And so we're somewhere in between Nginx and Caddy right now, but we see the benefits, and so that's kind of tabled until sometime when we do feel that we could take advantage of those, and then we'll take a look at this again. Similarly, on our production environment itself, y'all obviously know the regular LAMP stack, and then DDEV, which was talked about yesterday. But in the last couple of years, we've been deploying everything in Docker containers. And I actually have a talk from 2 years ago that was about how we deploy Docker containers both on-prem and have the ability to still move them to systems with more resources, because we try to do things on-prem if possible, due to needing access to large quantities of data, and then having things just like in our VPN network at our organization is also very handy. But it comes with a lot of security concerns that our IT department can get on us about. And so with that, we've been transitioning from just using Docker into using Podman, which is essentially just Docker but rootless. And so you don't actually need root access on the system. It's run on a per user environment. And so we have a deploy user, and so that way it doesn't have access. That specific application doesn't have any more access than it needs to anywhere else on the network. We send over that stuff in that same CI pipeline that we're running in our internal systems. And so, and then those in turn get put with the API tokens and keys and whatnot from that connect to glitch tip. And so, like I mentioned before, now we get all our error reporting kind of for free, because we already did it on one end, and now it's applies across the board. And so one of the cool things is just just building and trying it, and like trying to make the decision on where along the scale you want to get to without making it more difficult for yourself and finding yourself like in an kind of unmaintainable state, because it's better to have something that's like maybe you can grow more but works, than something that is unmanageable and doesn't. And there's like a common saying that like everyone with enough time and unlimited resources can build a bridge, but it takes knowledge and like the point of building the bridge is to build it in the shortest timeline and with the fewest amount of resources. And so you should tune what your cake application actually needs to do, and connect it with all the ways you can to make that possible. And so hopefully that gives insight on like some cool ways that I think are useful, and I see at least my team looking into more, especially like with the WebAssembly and like more just better error logging, better knowledge of how our deployment stack is going. And so I think it's useful to allow your CakePHP application to to provide better value for your users. And so with that, everything that I mentioned is on these slides, which are available online, and/or like on my GitHub. And so, of course, if y'all are using any of these things, let me know on Slack, email, whatever. With that, if there's any questions, I'd love to hear 'em. Cool.
get that, but I just wanted to tell you like the main difference that we can see, like this is so crystal clear. Select city from users where city is not null. It exactly tells us the business context that we want. Like I want cities of the users who do not have cities, rather than trying to loop over or repeat some chunk of code. Now, it's not like MySQL is not doing loops. Behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure MySQL is doing some kind of looping, maybe some kind of conditional. We just don't know what exactly that is. So it's not like we are getting rid of the loops or control structures. Those get abstracted away a lot so that the code that we are actually writing from a business context that focuses on that business context rather than dealing with the loops and control structures. So that gets abstracted out basically. So this is what we want to get to eventually. Now, obviously, the main question is, can we do this in PHP, right? Because that's the goal of this whole talk. If it was not, I wouldn't be here today. So yeah, I mean, I don't think we can get to a level where we can, come at this level of query, like a single line query. But I think we can get close. And just because we can get 70% or 60% closer, it's fine. Like we don't need to go 100%. If we can, we should. But if it's not, even if we come close, I think that's really helpful. So how can we do this in PHP? So the answer is collections. So collections is a library. It is available in our framework CakePHP. It's not like you have to install any third-party library as such. It's inbuilt. You can use this to get to that imperative to declarative kind of a mindset change. So what exactly are collections? So collections are nothing but fancy functions. So just to give a definition, they are like higher order functions that kind of take another function as a parameter and then they return a value. So it's simple as that. So just fancy functions which takes other functions as a input, and because those functions are anonymous functions or closures, so to say, so those are the functions that they take as input and eventually they do return a value. And these values is what we can work with to to get rid of loops or control structures and stuff like that. Now yeah, without wasting any more time, let's write some code. Okay. Oh, sorry. Awesome. Yep, the font is fine, right? Or do I need to increase it? It's fine? Awesome. Yeah, so I have done some setup here already, so I just want to explain that in a minute. So this is nothing fancy, it's a brand new CakePHP application. The version is 5.1, a little bit behind, but that's fine, I guess. So it's 5.1 CakePHP, brand new application. I haven't installed anything, just normal composer install. Haven't really installed anything else. I did write some pseudo code for us to get through with it. And what we are going to do is we are going to understand that code and we're going to incrementally modify that to get rid of all the loops and control structures and use the collections library. Okay. So let's work on this. So there are two examples that we're going to try to cover. Hopefully we can cover that up in the time that we have. So yeah. So let's start with this. So this is a JSON, a simple JSON file. It has a key of products with 12 elements. And if I expand this, this is how the JSON looks like. So every product is basically an object, and every object has certain keys and values. So it has a title, a product type, and then every product has a variant as well. So for example, these socks, small rubber socks, have a variant of blue, turquoise, black, different colors, right? Then we have another product here with the type of shoes. Again, they have their own variants with different colors. And then we again have socks, and then we have sneaker as well. So again, sneaker with, again, a product type of sneaker and numerous variants with different colors. Salmon is very cheap if you want to buy, but otherwise, yeah. So yeah, in total, in this whole JSON, there are 12 elements total. Out of that 12 elements, there are only 3 unique product types, that is sneaker, shoes, and socks, okay? So multiple products, but there are total 3 unique product types: sneaker, shoes, and socks. There is no other product type available, okay? Now what we want to do here is, suppose, now there is a business use case, let's say. Suppose I want to buy all the variants of sneaker and socks, then how much do I have to pay, okay? So let me repeat that again. If suppose I have to buy all the variants of sneaker and socks,
then how much do I have to pay? So that's the business use case that we need to solve for. So how would we go on quickly manually if we wanted to do that? So what I would do, okay, this is a product type of socks, so I will sum up all of these 4 variants. Let's suppose that comes to $100. Next is shoes, so no, we are not buying shoes, we are only concerned with sneaker and socks, so we'll ignore shoes. Socks, again, let's say this comes to like $50. Sneaker, yes, we want to buy sneaker, then this comes to $200. So we'll get on adding 150, 100 plus 50, 150 plus 200. So we'll go on doing that, and eventually we'll get to a number which is the total amount that I would have to pay if I have to buy all the sneaker and socks, right? So already written some code here. So this is kind of an imperative mindset code that we have here. So let's go through it quickly. So it's pretty straightforward. I import the JSON, I initiate a total sum to 0. I get the products, I loop over the products, and I check if a product is of type sneaker or socks. If it is, then we loop over all the variants, and we basically sum up their prices and add it to the total sum variable. And at end, we return the total sum. So yeah, I mean, pretty simple, straightforward, nothing fancy going on here. And I have a test here. So the test is here because we are going to do incremental change. It will help us to keep on track. So that's why we have a test ready here. So 1492.76 is the total amount that we will have to pay because the test says that. So we'll just run this test quickly. Sorry. Yeah, so the test is green. So yeah, we are good. Now we can go and incrementally, update the code to get rid of all the loops and control structures. Let's see if we can do that. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly copy up this code, comment this out, make some space for myself, and let's paste it again. Yeah, the reason I'm doing that, if I mess up in this whole live demo, I can quickly go back and start again. So yeah, so let's keep this for now as it is, the temporary variable. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll instantiate a collection object here. So how we can do that is, let's just do a new collection. So as I said, it's already present in CakePHP. You really don't have to import any third-party library. So it accepts an array as a parameter. So this will create a collection object for you. Now collection is kind of a special object. So CakePHP internally implements collection by implementing some interfaces, some fancy interfaces that PHP provides us. So even though this is an object, because you have instantiated a new class, you can still access as an array. So the code is still fine. This code should still work. And that is because collection implements PHP interfaces behind the scenes, which helps us to access it as an array. Okay, so you can access it as an object as well as an array, and it will still work fine. So just to prove that, let's just run the tests again, and they are passing green. Yeah, we instantiated the collection object, but we are still accessing it as an array. So yeah, it works basically. Awesome. So now let's get ahead again. So there are a couple of for each loops and then if loop here. So let's tackle this if, not if loop, if control structure. Gosh, yeah. So let's tackle this if structure here. So the only reason we have this if control here is because we are filtering out product types, right? We only want to deal with sneaker and socks. If anything else, we want to get rid of it. So the thing that we are doing here is we are filtering out for sneaker and socks. So luckily for us, collection has a method called as filter, which is accessible on that object, which we can use to filter out a certain thing. So how does it work? We call the filter method. Because we have instantiated an object here, collection, we can access the filter method on the products. As I said, collections are just higher order fancy functions which accepts anonymous functions as a parameter. So let's pass it an anonymous function like this. Now this anonymous function will define the logic of the filtering. Okay. Now this anonymous function gets each product of the whole list. It doesn't get the whole list. It gets each product of the list as an input, as a parameter again. Now again, we are avoiding the loops, but CakePHP collection library behind the scene is doing some kind of looping to pass this filter condition to every product that we have, right? So it does it behind the scenes. So, and here we'll just copy this logic that we have. So basically we want to filter for product type of sneaker and socks. So it will pass on, like, check this logic for every product and filter them out. And if I'm correct and not made any mistake, we can get rid of this if control structure, and I think everything should be green, and it's not. Hold on a sec. Okay, got it. So we need to assign it to the products. Basically, it returns the products after the filter. So yeah, awesome. We are green again. So let's go back. Now the next thing we have is we are looping over the products, and then we are looping over the variants, and then summing up the price, right? So the only reason we are looping over the products is because we want to loop over the variants to sum up the price, right? So how about we use something else to be able to, extract the variants from this whole products collection object that we have. So luckily, we have another method called as map, which is again a higher order collection method, and we can pass it an anonymous function with the product parameter that it gets. And in the map, so map is basically we can use map to alter an existing array by adding new keys and value pairs, or maybe create a totally new collection object or an array, basically the way you want. So it basically it is used to transform a certain array. Now what we are concerned with is, because we are already filtering for product types like sneaker and socks, we are not really concerned with the product type key anymore, nor the title, right? So the only thing that we want to worry about is the variants and their prices. So how about we just return the variants? And let's not make the previous mistake and assign this to variants. And how about we just replace this with variants? And let's get rid of the outer for each loop, because we are getting the variants. We don't really need them. Now, we don't know if this will work or not, right? So let's try to see if this works. I'm guessing this would be a failure, but let's see. Yeah, it is. So let's understand the reason here first. So let me just DD out the variants here. And yeah, it won't, because it's an object, so we'll need to do a to array or to list. We'll just use the to array. And yeah, so this is how the output looks like, right? Let me go to the top. So yeah, this is the base level collection array, kind of. So we are okay with this, but then this is an array of arrays, right? We don't want an array of arrays, because we are looping over the variants to sum up their prices, right? So we can't really loop over array and arrays. Then we will go back to the nested for each loop again, which we don't want, right? So this is an array of arrays, right? So we want to flatten them out basically. And again, luckily, because we are in luck, we have another method called as unfold, which basically helps us to flatten the arrays. So this is again available on the collection object. We can simply call it up and it will flatten the array for us. And if I go back again here, we get a flattened array now. If you see here, everything is at a level 0 or a level 1, so to say. We have the whole flattened array to work with. And if we get rid of this DD now, it should still run green, and they are green. So we are on right track. And again, now the last for each loop, we are looping over all the variants, and the only thing we're doing it for is to sum up the prices, right? Now, because we are in luck again, we have another method on the collections library called as SumOf. So this can do two things. You can either pass it a name of the column, and it will sum up the values of that column of all the list, or you can pass it a closure to define your own custom logic to sum it up. So we have a column ready called as price, and we can get rid of this for each loop as well. Okay, hold on. And we need to do this as total sum, because we are returning the total sum, right? So if we run this, it's green. So technically we have got rid of all the for each loops and if structures, but this is not it. I think we can do a little bit better job. Let's get rid of this total sum variable, because now we don't need it. And yes, we are green again. And because collections is a chainable object, we can go one step further. We can do something like this. And also this. And we can just get rid of this temporary variable as well. And we can pretty much be fine with this. Let's get it to one level. Yeah, awesome. So again, this is a good solution, I think personally, because if you see this solution, which is commented out at the top, we have to keep track of multiple things, right? We have to keep track of what is looping, what is happening in a if control structure, and all those things. Basically, we have to 3 levels of nesting. Here it's just one level, no nesting, so to say. And the logic is linear. We can read this very easily. We are collecting the products, filtering for sneaker and socks, mapping the variants, flattening them up, and summing up the price. This is how you can read it. Well, here you don't read it like that. You read it like, okay, I'm looping over the products, then I'm doing some if block and something like that. So it's not easy to understand or maintain this solution over the long term. So I personally prefer something like this, and if you are a fan of modern PHP syntax, I think we can go one step further and use a shorthand closure syntax. So this will become much more short. Yeah, better now. And we can just, get rid of the return keyword and just paste it here like this. You can get rid of the filter method, and it's green. And same for the map function. We can do a shorthand map function with product. And we can just, return the product variants. And yeah, if I run this, it's green, so awesome. So this becomes much more cleaner. So yeah, I mean, again, this is not something that you have to absolutely do, but this is something that I like to do because as I said, it's linear to read, much more maintainable, extendable. Even if you come back like 10 months later, it's easier to understand what exactly is happening here, right? So yeah, I mean, this is the first example that I basically wanted to talk about. Let's go to the second one now. Sorry, yeah. So let me just open a quick files. Test and orders.json. Awesome. So similar context now. We have a JSON file, I have a test file ready, and a class where we'll incrementally, modify the code. So yeah, so we have a JSON here for the orders. It has 15 elements. Let's just try to understand them, what they are. So it has some particular things associated with an order, like an ID, the customer name, shipping type, date, and then every order has some items. So the items have few things like price, quantity. So this is $24.99 with 2 quantities. This is $89.99 with 1 quantity, and some few things other. One thing that I want you all to notice, there is no total of an order available here. So there is no total for an order or total for a single item. So it's like price and quantity is what we have here. There is this shipping type called as standard, and then we have another shipping type called as express. Okay. So in general, there are only 2 unique shipping types in this whole JSON. One is standard and the other one is express. Okay. Now here, what we want to do is we want to do 3 things. We want count of 3 different things. We want a count of priority orders. We want count of standard orders, and we want count of express orders. Okay. Let me repeat that. Count of priority orders, standard orders, and express orders. And what exactly are those? I will define the logic of them as well. So priority orders are anything which has a shipping type of express or a total is greater than 500, the order total. Okay. So priority orders are anything which has a shipping type of express or a total of the whole order is greater than 500. And express order is anything which has a shipping type of express, so that becomes an express order, and everything else is a standard order. Okay. So I've already implemented the logic for that in kind of an imperative mindset. So we get the orders, we define all these 3 things here, we loop over all the orders. Now we don't have a total already defined, so we define a total, initiate it to 0. Then we loop over all the items, calculate the total by price into quantity. And then we define the priority and the express order. So priority are basically express or total is greater than 500 becomes a priority order. If a shipping type is of express, it becomes an express order as well. Otherwise anything else is basically a standard order, right? At the bottom we return those counts basically. We have a test ready here already so 5, 10, 5, that's what we have here. And if I run this test, it's green, so awesome. So let's go back here, and as usual, I will just copy this code, comment this out, make some space for myself here, and paste it out. Sorry. So yeah, one thing is we'll just copy this and comment this as well. Let's paste it here. Okay. So we'll instantiate a collection object here again. So we have a collection object, and if everything's good, it should still run green. It is, because as I said in the last example, you can loop over the collection object as an array. We'll keep these 3 for now as it is. We'll not do anything there. We'll get rid of them later. So yeah, the first thing that we're doing here is, so we need to calculate the total here, right? So let's do that. So let's say we want to calculate the total. So we are transforming the object. So we'll use the map method that we learned about a little while ago. It gets the order as a parameter. And now we need to total it up, right? So let's suppose we want to have an orders. So we can do an order. So now, so a very simple thing is, basically we can just copy this here. Sorry. And we can return the order. So if you want to just, go step by step, this is what we might do the first thing. And yeah, everything's green. But again, we want to get rid of all the for each loop. So what we can do is, we can have an order like this, and we can probably use collections on the items. So items is again a nested array on the order entity. So we can have order items as a collection, and then we can sum off, because we want to total the item into quantity. So we can sum off, and as I said, we don't have a ready-made column. We can use an anonymous function which will get an item, then sorry, this should not be an object, I think, if I'm correct. Let's see. And then sum off, and then how do we sum it up? We need to return the item quantity into item price, right? And if everything is good, hold on a sec. Sorry, yeah. This should be on the total, and yeah. Okay, awesome. So we got rid of one for each loop. We have this map and a nested collection kind of a thing to sum up everything. And now we'll go ahead and tackle the whole shipping part. So the shipping is of type express or standard. And then this becomes a little bit complicated logic, because we have there are 3 things happening in one for each loop, right? We are dealing with 3 different things, 3 different business contexts in one for each loop and nested if control structures, as you can see. So rather than trying to implement them incrementally, we'll try to define the logic individually for them. So as I said, priority orders, right? So what are priority orders? Shipping type is equal to express, or total is greater than 500. So that's a very, very straightforward logic. So we can use filter here. It gets an order, and let's just go with the shorthand function right away rather than refactoring later. And yeah, I mean, this is it. We just copy paste this. So that becomes a priority orders. Then we have standard orders. So standard orders is again, anything that is not a priority order becomes a standard order, because the logic is exactly opposite that. So how about we copy this up, and instead of using the filter, we'll use the reject. So these are exactly opposite of each other. Filter will filter out the products which passes that logic, while reject will reject the the orders that passes that logic. So it's exactly opposite, and it works. And at the end we have express count. So express is basically anything that has a shipping type of express, if I'm correct. So let's type it out. Order shipping type is equal to express, and we can get rid of this for each loop, I guess. So yeah, now if you see, this is a filter of orders. We already have a count here, so we don't need to count them separately. And because collection acts as a array, you can access it as an array. You can pretty much, I think you can pretty much, let's see if it works. You can call the count method on the collection, but express count is a count. So you can either do a count here, or you can technically use the collection count method. It will just count the list of items available, and if we run this, it's green. So awesome. So here we do have a couple of temporary variables, so to say. We can get rid of these. We don't need to instantiate them. But again, if you see, this becomes much more readable, right? There is no complicated logic into for each loops. we have like an orders, so orders map, we just check the items and we return the item quantity into price. And at the end of the day, we have shipping type. So for priority orders, we check like a shipping type is of express or total is greater than 500. Standard is a shipping type of express or total, reject anything that is not a priority order. And basically express is the shipping type of express. So the logic here is so straightforward, as in to understand what exactly is which versus what we had here at the top. Like in one for each loop, we are trying to, keep track of the state, we are trying to keep track of what exactly is happening and then put in an else loop, else conditional or something like that. So it becomes difficult to follow through these nested loops, while here it becomes pretty straightforward, easier, as I said, easier to maintain, extend, and if new devs come on board, it's easier for them to just understand this and make it work. Or even like if you are coming back, like extending, like if you want to add a new order type tomorrow or a new shipping type tomorrow, it becomes just pretty much easier to do this kind of stuff, is what I think. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it on these two examples. I have a third example. We have some time, so let me see if I can cover it up. I originally didn't plan to do it because I thought I might not get the time, but I guess I can. So yeah, let me just see if I can. Do I have test here? Oh, I do. Awesome. Yeah. So again, this is pretty simple. We don't have a JSON here, so we only have the comparing orders class. So it is like, suppose we have to compare the number of orders between this year and past year. So it's like past year we have this, suppose per month number of orders. And then in this year we have, every month's number of orders. How would we do this here? So we'll calculate a delta, right? So we loop over this year as, month and number of orders, and in the delta we'll just negate it out, and at the end we'll return the delta. And I have a test here ready. So if we do this, hold on a sec. Yeah, it's working. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, again, this is not very complicated code. This is a very simple if loop. So this solution is totally fine. But just to tell you something more fancy about collections, let's say if we can do it. So what I can do is new collection. Let's suppose say this year. Now this will create a collection object for the above array, right? The past, no, let's do it. Yeah, for this year, which is this year's number of orders per month. And then what we want to do is we want to compare it with the last year's orders, right? So there is this magic method available called as zip, wherein we can pass in the past year. And then, sorry, hold on a second. Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah. And then we do the map, and we'll just, so let's just say we have orders. Let's just DD out this, what we get as the first, just to show you what do we get. And if I, okay, hold on a sec, let me just comment this out. Okay. Hold on, I should have practiced this. Yeah, let's just use the ready-made solution here. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we get the collection this year, we zip the past year, and then we map the orders, and we return basically, so we have the key 0 and 1, basically this year. So the zip, what does zip do? So I just want to, yeah, I didn't know why it was not doing this map properly. So let's comment this out here and assign this to deltas, and let's get rid of this for now. And if we comment the, sorry, DD the deltas, we should get the array. Let's do deltas to list, And yeah, so this is how it looks like basically. So so what zip does is it basically zips two arrays that we have, and we do basically, so this is the zip. So the two arrays that we have zipped, the values of those two arrays. So for the first month it's 102 and 85, then it's 118 and 92, etc. And because we have access to them, we can basically run the map function to transform the array, and basically, you know, as I said, return the difference between both of them. And yeah, I mean, it works. Let's just return this. We don't need to do this. And it works. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, again, as I said, this is not really something that is extremely needed, because the single line for each loop should work. It's fine solution. This is actually overcomplicating it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you can work with this. I just wanted to introduce you to zip because it's an awesome function. I like it, honestly. But yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it, I think. I think I finished a little bit early. But yeah, if any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Problem.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Larry. Larry, it's not working. Ah, yeah, it is.
I'm trying to get it so I can get the cake in there too, but it's not.
I've seen tennis shoes. They've done like shoes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. They're on wheels.
That's locked over there.
Oh, okay.
That's about the only way I can.
Okay. Oh, tell Stefania to take a picture of the group. Oh. Okay, take this way. Okay. Everybody like smile. Okay. I don't know. Good question. Got it? Okay. We're on? Are we on?
Yeah, it's only got like.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back if you are on the live stream, and for all of our attendees here in Madrid, we are so happy that you joined us for CakeFest 2025. As we've said, this is 20 years of CakePHP, so we are so thankful for the community, especially our core developers. We have a couple here. I know a couple are watching the stream or wish they could be here. We are eternally grateful to you all because this project would be nowhere without the core team. So, Larry, do you want to say thank you?
Thank you. No.
Ladies and gentlemen.
No, this, now I'm going to get emotional.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll give it a try.
You're going to
Okay.
Thanks,
No.
man.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Not everybody's here that could say thanks, but they're thinking it and they're wishing it and they're sending it your way.
20
Sure
years.
appreciate you. And your crew.
Yeah.
Hey?
Thanks everybody. This is, I mean, there's,
I've
yeah.
never seen Larry get emotional.
Yeah, I did before one other time.
Okay.
So, yeah.
One other time ever.
No, this is very humbling. I would have never thought that we would be here 20 years later. Mark is the main reason I'd say that we're still here. All the effort that he's put into this. The other Mark, where's he at? Oh my gosh, you were camouflaged. So, no, but just all the core team that's not here, thank you. You guys don't know how much this means to me. We had a vision of this project years ago, and I feel like the core team came and carried that vision out. And I don't know how much longer we can do it, but I'm here as long as everybody else is. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all. And every year, Mark's story cuts the cake, so now it's time.